world at the farthest abyss of space and time. Its caretaker was Lady Sylph, the patron goddess of fae-folk, whose empire stretched across galaxies. On that world, she cultivated the strength of her people to draw out the greatest power of magic. From these efforts, a noble hero ascended from the masses, the first human capable of sorcery. And though his tale is long and tragic, this story is not his. For where there is a first, there may be a next. Neither history nor the people who write it are kind to second place. But as the saying goes, through adversity, true brilliance will polish itself. And though they called it heresy, I would find a way to sculpt myself to their liking. The gods are cruel and selfish beings. Even the kindest among them do not like when mortals tread into their domain. My machinations to entwine my lady's creation with my own existence certainly threatened hers. In Sylph's fury, the entirety of that world was shattered, save for one fallen star. Upon her own justice she ordained, let this fool live the remainder of their days in anguish, know that this blood is on their hands, and suffer no divine being further. She stole my link to the anchored laws, so I could never again use magic to defy her will, and abandoned me to my fate. Most gods are so short-sighted that they can only weave the threads right in front of them and fail to look beyond to the full tapestry. But there are a rare few whose great understanding was born in the visions of others, and in Sylph's misuse of laws, opportunity arose for their intervention. The goddess of chaos who wishes for an impossibility, and the god of magic who facilitates potential. They found me in the darkest of nights contemplating fate, and both offered me a kindness that no man would refuse. There is more than one way to bend the laws, and who would know better? So though I might only be a remnant of who I once was, do not delude yourself into thinking I have become lesser. I am no facade of who I once was. I have become something greater in every way. Do not think me weak, for you will find steel where others are mere glass. And if you believe me powerless, if you truly think you have taken my everything, oh dearest self, watch your back. I know what gods like you fear, and I swear upon the stars your fate shall be worse. Hello. Was the video quiet today still? I might need to make some adjustments on it, honestly. I'm sure I need to bass boost it pretty much at some point. But yes, hello. Hello. I'm in the middle of the screen again because I keep forgetting to move my model over. Yay. Wait, I have buttons now. I fixed all my buttons right before stream. Where? Never mind. My buttons do not work. Everyone has a different opinion on if it's loud enough or not. I'll figure it out eventually. That's a theme around here. It'll get there. But hey, I remembered to turn the crowds on today, and you guys actually have like a little platform to walk on now. You can do dress up. I think I did turn on the Twitch panel for stream avatars, so you can customize in there. Otherwise there are commands that I don't remember off the top of my head, but there's documentation on them somewhere. Also, my friend kindly told me that I should be hitting the calibrate button on my camera occasionally, because apparently there's a thing called model drift. It's kind of like Switch controller drift, except I understand it less. Also, it puts a creepy face on my phone, like a mask thing over my face, and I don't like it. I hate looking at the like mocap faces. They look so weird. But yes, we have art to do. I ended up getting distracted and working on 3 other projects instead of this before stream, so we're exactly where we were yesterday. But you know what? That's okay. There is one cat in the room at the moment, but she is not intending to sit on the windowsill yet, so it's probably fine. So no cat cam yet. You just get their lovely photo. Hi Bags, I hope your day's been good. I'm glad I was able to catch you guys' stream yesterday. Where did my... I just had my pin. There it is. I keep... It's a constant problem. You'd think because this iPad has like a magnet holder, which is how you're supposed to like charge your pin. You'd think I would never lose my pin because of that. I still manage to do so. Every time. I'm truly an enigma. But yeah, I was noticing a weird thing that was happening with the wings of my model, especially when I smile, during stream yesterday, and I think I fixed it. I noticed it during the debut stream too, and I forgot to fix it afterward, but I think it's good now. Yeah. It's still there a little bit, but it's no longer, like, distracting me. Because it was distracting me so much. I kept, like, looking over and seeing it happen. I was like, oh no. How did I manage to break that within last calibrating this model and that point in time? And how do I fix that was what I had to figure out. Also, my model keeps tilting on me, and I'm trying to not have it tilt, because I don't tilt like that. I mean, I tilt my head, but I don't tilt my body. I think I got it. I think we're good. Well, I'll figure it out. Anyways, back to art. Back to art. I remembered to pull up my reference before stream, and not during stream. So I've got that right now. And I'm looking at that. I will have to download it at some point to get the colors from it, but I'm still doing shading and line art on this, so it's probably fine. Oh yes, the dreaded plague mask. But yeah, I hope your guys' night was restful and good. I hope you had a nice Saturday. Not much happened here. I'm supposed to get a delivery today. I ordered more button-up shirts for work, from my favorite place to get shirts. Well, one of my favorite places. And one of them has tiny astronauts on it, and I'm so excited to wear it. Oh my gosh. Listen, I don't go on space rants very often because I in fact know very little about space. Sadly enough. I wish I knew more. I wish I had many space facts to rattle off at any given point in time. Oh my god. It does have stars. I don't remember if it has planets off the top of my head. I will grab you a link because I fucking love Maya Kern's stuff. It's her astronaut shirt. But and oh my god, Dungeon Delver. Oh, I need that. Yeah, it's got stars on it. It does not have planets. But frankly, the design does not need planets on the specific one. I hope she makes another space one, because I love her stuff so much. Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute. I saw it. She made it originally for skirts, and I was like, oh my god, please, please, ma'am, I need this on a shirt. I need to be able to wear this every day of my life. Listen, I don't know how to find this one guy's, like, crab button-up shirt. The space is the second best thing I can get at the moment. I think some people are familiar. I watch a lot of Dropout. Hence why I do also watch parties in the Discord for Dropout stuff. And one of the members of Dropout, Grant O'Brien, on one of their shows wore this button-up shirt that I think was blue, and then it had a red crab pattern on it, and I am seething with jealousy because I want that shirt so badly, and I don't know where he got it. I need to go find that video again and comment on it and be like, please, Grant O'Brien, I need that shirt so badly. Please tell me where I can get it. And I hope that I won't be eventually devastated that he found it in, like, a thrift store or something. I need it. It looks so cute. I mean, it has crabs on it, so of course I think it's cute. But, like, the sentiment remains. It's cute even if you don't, like, aren't especially excited about crabs like I am. But yes. I finally got back to my music lessons this week too, which was nice. Because I had to skip them last week, so I could continue being an animatic hell all week. It was either Game Changer or Make Some Noise, and I'm pretty sure it was Game Changer. I don't remember which season though. I think it was it wasn't the first season, I don't think. I think it was one of the later ones, but I don't remember which one it was. One day I'll have a crab button-up shirt, and it'll be my favorite thing ever. Other than the Maya Kern stuff, I also really like Morning Witchy's shirts. Oh my god, they're so comfortable. They're so good. They're literally all I wear to work. Like, I've got a few t-shirts here and there, but if I'm going outside, I'm probably wearing a button-up from either Maya Kern, Morning Witchy, and I think the other one I have is Crowlines. I need more online shops. I have fully given up on shopping in person except for, like, blue jeans, because I can never find anything that I enjoy. Hi, welcome in, thank you. I recently debuted this model, I'm really excited about it. Don't mind me looking down at my tablet. I keep trying to adjust my camera so I don't constantly look downwards, but I think as an artist I'm just resigned to slightly downward facing 90% of the time. I don't know what to do other than to, like, put the camera directly below me, but then it's gonna be like I'm staring into your eyes all the time. And I'm sorry, I'm not into that much eye contact. Eye contact is the worst, actually. My boss, during a meeting recently, where there's like 20 of us in the same room,
was talking about something or other, and then she's doing that thing where like you scan across the room so you don't accidentally make eye contact with any particular person. But I was like on the edge of the room, so as she's turning, she pauses and stares directly into my soul for a solid 3 seconds, and then turns and like, oh my god, that was the worst. I know she did not mean anything by it, but I still hate eye contact. See, this is why being online is great, because I don't have to look at anyone. You can see a representation of me, but I have no idea whether or not you're staring directly at my face. It's great. Oh, that's looking a lot better than I thought it was. Oh, we're doing great. Oh man, I should have just turned that off earlier. I feel way better about this now. I was like, man, I'm pretty sure this is good. I'm gonna trust the process. But I don't know. Yeah! Oh my gosh, they are looking good. I am working on raffle art for a blue sky raffle I held last week. I think it was last week. I'm pretty sure it was last week. Time gets away from me, but I held it for about a week before my event last week. And this is one winner. The other winner has said that they would like some time to get their references together for their character, and I was just like, that's totally fine. But I've got two raffle arts to do, and then a fuck ton of gift art to do, and then I'm gonna hold another raffle because I forgot to hold one of the raffles I planned. I was so excited to play Phasmophobia with friends, I completely forgot to start reminding people that there was a second raffle during stream. I was also really tired in my defense, but it's fine now. Now I remember. I turned off stream and then went, oh no, I forgot. Literally like 10 seconds after I stopped streaming on Sunday, I was so embarrassed. It's a lot of fun. I feel like I wish the devs would consider a couple of the cultural implementations that they have decided to implement in the game that have personally just annoyed me that they heard the community about and then did not do anything about, which made me sad. But overall, I really enjoyed the gameplay of it and stuff. It's not one that you can like play for hours and hours on end, at least not in my opinion, but it is fun like every once in a while getting a few people together and going through all the rooms. Although I didn't know they were running an event at the time, and we were all really confused. There were so many fucking rabbits. I know it was just Easter, but I was very bewildered. Because rabbits aren't like particularly like scary. Why there a rabbit? What's he doing there? Also, some of the rabbits made noises, and I didn't like the noises they were making. That's not noises rabbits make. It was a jackalope? Okay. It was either gonna be a jackalope or a whooping tiger or whatever the fuck it's called. No, rabbits are not the spawn of the devil. The real spawn of the devil is guinea pigs. And I say that with kindness in my heart because guinea pigs are really cute, but I had to babysit a guinea pig one time and it was literally the worst experience of my life. Not literally, but it was pretty bad. Like, I fully understand being a small creature contained in a tiny box and then freaking out because the entire environment of your tiny box has suddenly changed, and you don't know any of the people who are handling you. But if I were a guinea pig, I would not choose to scream for like 6 hours straight about it. Maybe a couple hours. That would be deserved, I think, but not through the entirety of the night. Although I think I would take babysitting a guinea pig over babysitting a dog that had to like stay over at my house. Like, it's one thing if I'm going over to somebody else's house and I'm just pet sitting there. I feel like that's fine, because at least they're like still in their environment and they're not like bothering my cats or like getting into all of my furniture because they're just curious little guys. But dogs are a lot. I am not a social enough creature to handle dogs on a regular basis. They are cute though. Sometimes I see people walking their dogs in the neighborhood out my window and it's like, oh my god, look at them! Just a big old guy. And then there's some, like, when I'm scootering to and from work that start barking at me and I'm just like, oh, you think I'm like a car or something? I can't even be mad about that. You're just excited to see me. Yeah, for sure. Any pet is. I just have my 2 kitties. And they're wonderful creatures. If they decide to come over, I will see about getting the cat cam set up now that I know that what I was doing wrong the other day. But I think at the moment both of them are off doing their own thing. Oh, Marjorie's in here. She's ignoring me. Oh, that really is cat behavior. Oh my gosh. Apparently, Maine Coons are considered the dogs of the cat world. And I can see it to a degree. But like, as they get older, they really mellow out. Like, maybe when they're kittens, they act more dog-like. Marjorie definitely acts very dog-like right now. But as soon as they get out of the kitten stage, they're, like, definitely, like, the, like, regal archetype instead. It's really interesting. I think that goes for all of the Maine Coons I've had. Yeah, oh my god, Marjorie cannot fit on my lap. She tries her hardest. Mia does too. Mia almost fits in my lap. But not quite. And she's really sad about it. She tries so hard. Isn't that right, baby? She'll come over here eventually. She loves attention too much. Truly, it is always the big guys. A friend of the family has 2 very large dogs. I think they're both mutt mixes of some kind. But one of them definitely has like some sort of lab or a golden retriever or whatever it's called. And him. And he is just the biggest, sweetest boy. I've never met dogs like these 2 that are like just so polite. Like, this lady has like a bazillion glass and breakable things all over their house, and the most I've seen these dogs knock over is this like tiny nightlight because they were running to the door to say hi to me. Like, they're so well behaved, it's kind of a shock. But he gets so excited when he sees somebody. He always gets really excited to see me because I'm not over very often. And he's got enough weight and muscle to definitely knock me over if he tried, or if he wasn't like managing the amount of force he uses well. But he'll just like jump up and very politely be like, please hold my paws so I can dance with you type of thing. It's so cute. And then whenever, like, I'm sitting at, like, the couch or something, he wants to crawl onto my lap so badly, and he definitely doesn't fit. He's a big fucking dog, but it's so cute. And one time I was dog sitting them, and there, like, was a storm going on outside, and he was having a bad time of it. He was not happy about the storm. So I had to go out of my room and essentially sit with him the entirety of the storm. And oh my god, I couldn't even get mad. So normally not allowed on the couch or anything. Very typical of, like, big dogs. And he got so nervous during the storm, I didn't even get a chance to stop him. He leapt up on the couch with me and then just buried himself in my lap and then just did the, like, most pitiful little I've ever heard from a large dog. And I was like, oh, that's fine. Let me just get comfortable with my Switch. You can stay, big guy. Poor thing. It was so cute. And he literally just sat still the whole time. He just laid down, maybe took a nap or anything, or something like that. It was so cute. It's definitely an acquired skill to talk and draw at the same time. If I have to concentrate on something, I usually can't do it, but right now I'm just cleaning up the last of my line art. I've done all the hard bits on this, except for the plague mask. That'll probably have to pause talking. But once I get to the coloring stage, it should be fine too. I think it helps that I'm used to people watching me, not just because I stream, but before I streamed when I was still in school, I always brought my iPad or, like, a sketchbook or just something with me to draw throughout lessons and stuff, because little did I know I was extremely ADHD. But I found ways to keep myself concentrated, and drawing was one of them. And so, of course, I just got used to random students coming up and watching me draw, or random teachers coming up and watching me draw, as I did my work and such. So I'm just used to people staring at what I work on. And it's great because I don't have to make eye contact with them. No one looks at your face when you're drawing, they just look down. I need a t-shirt that says, "Excuse you, my art is down here." Although it has bit me that people look over my shoulder and watch me draw. I don't think anyone who's heard this story is in chat just yet, so I will happily tell it again because it cracks me up so much that this happened to me. Oh my god. This was in college. And my college, for clarification, my college is a weird one. It was like an accelerated course where I got my bachelor's in 3 years instead of 4. There were summer lessons. I didn't have, like, a long summer break like you typically do in the United States. So it was a bit weird. I liked it. Nearly had a breakdown by the end of it. I think it was still worth it though, because I got out of college a year early. But during my tenure there, we had the one, like, English grammar teacher that did all of our English and literature lessons and stuff. And I believe this was his literature class. No, that was a previous class. This was something about resumes. It was some class for, like, preparing us for, like, applying jobs and stuff like that, which I was like, you know what, this is nice that they're actually teaching us important skills in a classroom instead of, you know, throwing us to the wolves afterwards. And it was a good class, most notably because this teacher just happened to be a really good teacher. Some background on this teacher. He was also our literature teacher before this particular class, and he really fucking loved Kurt Vonnegut and all of Kurt Vonnegut's books. And so when we were doing literature with him, he was... Oh, this might have been our literature class, actually. It's hard to remember. I just remember that, for every single Kurt Vonnegut book, he would literally just spend the entire day after we read a chapter, like, full ranting on whatever chapter we were on at that point, like, giving us all of this information about it. It was really cool. Like, I'm personally the kind of person, it does not matter whatever thing somebody is ranting about. If somebody's really excited about something and has, like, a lot of information they want to share, I am happy to sit down and listen. It doesn't matter how little I care about the subject. Like, I've listened so many times, and if you like Pokemon, I'm glad for you. I'm not personally a huge Pokemon fan. There's, like, a couple that I like the designs of, but overall, I don't give a shit. But if one of my friends comes up to me and just starts ranting about Pokemon, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm strapped in, please continue. So I really enjoyed his lessons because they were fun. And he was kind of just a weird guy in general. I'm not sure how to put it. Because it wasn't weird in, like, a bad way. It was just, like... Oh, what's the word? Not uncanny. He was just weird. And it was really funny. I thought he was a funny dude. But, he was in the middle of one of his rants for a lecture, this day, and I was working on an art trade or commission or something, for somebody on Toy House. I was working on the background of it. Eccentric! That's the word, thank you. Yes, Wood. That is exactly the word. He was very eccentric in a very fun way. But I was just doing my thing while I was listening to his lecture, and he, like, paced around the room while he lectured. Like, he would walk the full length of the room, spin around, go around again, and I think it's just so he could stare every single person in the eyes at least once if they were looking up and not at their computer. Because he just had a lot of drama in his bones. It was so funny. But he was running around, doing his thing, doing his lecture, full on stops, like dead, like goes to a dead stop right next to me, looks at what I'm drawing, and just, in the loudest possible way, says, "Is that a vagina?" I shit you not. This is in a room of approximately 30 of my peers, because this was a smaller college, thank God. However, the door to the classroom was also wide open at the time, so if anyone was in the hallway nearby on the floor, because these were not very large, like, floors of classrooms, if anyone was there or another classroom had their door open, they most certainly heard. And I was so bewildered because what I was working on was drawing a rock. Then I just kind of looked up and went, "No? What?" I was so confused. I was so confused. I, like, turned to my desk and I'm like, "Does that look like that to you?" I was scared at this point because this was a commission I was handing off to somebody else. I started asking a bunch of people after the class, "Do you see what he's seeing?" And people were giving me weird looks. I was just like, "Listen, I have to make sure. This is a commission." Now, in this teacher's defense, no, hold on, I'm not done. The story does not end here. In this teacher's defense, the scene I was working on was supposed to be on an alien planet, so I was using weird colors for things. For example, the trees were like a more reddish brown and leaves were red, or they were like a magenta pinkish red, and the cave I was working on, it was gray, but it was like a really warm saturated gray. Like, it was all really saturated colors, so nothing looked like what it was supposed to be necessarily, especially because I was like zoomed in, and I was especially confused because I was drawing the rock at that point, but I've learned since that he probably was not looking at the rock. Because I got back to my dorm and I was just like, okay, I need somebody to tell me what the hell this man was looking at. So I sent it off to my friends that I knew online in Discord, and I was just like, guys, I need your opinion. I need your opinion. And I told them what happened, and I was like, do you guys see what he was saying? And my friend was just like, Ambrosia, Ambrosia, I don't want to worry you, but I see too. Thank you, Alias, for liking my kitty. my gray kitty is named Mia. She's not around at the moment. I think she's in the other room. If she comes over, I'll try to turn on the cat cam, but we're more likely to see my black cat Marjorie. Cause Marjorie loves being on the cat cam. But yeah, that was my probably the clearest memory of college I have, because it was just simply the most bewildering experience I've ever had. I should also stress, I'm incredibly asexual, so these sorts of thoughts do not come naturally to me, hence my extreme confusion. Thank you, Di. I also love my cat dogs. Oh my god, it was so funny though. I'll never be over that story. It's the funniest fucking thing in my opinion. Hey, nice. I don't know if I'm Arrow. I'm somewhere on that spectrum, but it's either that or I'm just really autistic. I don't understand romance, and at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. I mean, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to special interest about my original character so hard that it turns into a fandom. I don't care about anything else. That's my goal. No, but for really, I just want to do, like, animations with my original stuff. And people liking them makes me happy. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to draw an ear. Ears are the worst. Ears and feet are the worst to draw. Don't let anyone lie to you and tell you it's hands. It's not hands. Hands can be faked. Hands can be faked, and people won't even question it. And like, if you draw a bad hand, everyone's just like, oh, it's fine. Hands are so difficult to draw. It's fine. No one cares. But if you draw a foot wrong, God, I wish I could do that. The worst thing for me is I got so fed up with drawing human ears that I just started drawing elf ears. And it turned out drawing elf ears is really easy because you can just draw a couple triangles and it's fine. But then it got to the point where I could draw elf ears and I couldn't draw human ears. And I had to somehow like backtrack and find a way to turn elf ears into human ears. Oh, it's Di being sus. I don't have my YouTube chat open, so I don't see it at the moment. It's fine though. So it turns out if you struggle drawing ears, this is what you can do. You can learn how to draw elf ears, which are really easy. They're just a triangle with this like little extra thing at the bottom to connect it. And like if you want to get fancy, you can draw some other things, or you can draw like an earlobe or something. But then when you want to turn it into a human ear, all you have to do is you add a line here, you add a line here, and you add a line here, and boom, human ear. Okay, I think that's touching a bit on my comfort zone with that sort of joke, Di. You're fine. I know you well enough, but that's a little bit too much. Just a tad. Yeah, it's all good. Me too. I do appreciate the pun. Let it be known. I technically still have a DeviantArt account, but I haven't logged in on for it forever. Oh my god, speaking of puns though. I found possibly the funniest fucking Tumblr I could have found in recent times yesterday after stream, and I'm still cackling about it. And it's especially funny because they hate puns. No worries, get some good rest. Get a good sleep. Very important. Yeah, DeviantArt is a fucking travesty now. Don't go there. But it's a gimmick blog called Is This Blasphemous? And every time there's a pun, they immediately go, yes, this is blasphemous, specifically because it's a shitty pun. Oh my goodness. But I think possibly the funniest thing about it is, so they've described their criteria for if something's blasphemous, and it's usually stuff like, you know, taking the Lord's name in vain, or like irreverence towards something holy, or insulting something in a derogatory way. And it's so funny because they keep getting posts where, like, it's the slang of, like, a derogatory word being used with a positive connotation in that particular instance. And so people keep coming on their posts and they're like, wait, you said this was blasphemous, but that was actually a compliment. And they're like, oh, maybe it's not blasphemous. Which is so funny to read every time. And this is a new blog. This blog is brand new because they only had like a couple weeks of posts when I was looking at it. I don't know where this came from, but it's so funny to me. Like, I don't personally follow a lot of gimmick blogs. I currently follow, Could This Person Catch Kira? Could They Catch Kira is the actual blog name. For, like, Death Note. Because it is increasingly funny to watch people justify whether or not a character would survive. And then One Buck a Day, because I just like seeing good buck pictures. They're very cute, 10 out of 10. So this is the third of gimmick blogs that I follow, but they're so funny whenever I see them. It's just a thing on Tumblr. I don't see this phenomenon on other places. Like, I'll occasionally see like a gimmick thing on YouTube, but it's not the same. I think I need to start merging layers, and I need to separate the eyes out again, because I like to have my eyes layers separate. Also, that sounds wonderful. I'm glad they're inventing new curses. That's a good environment for wizards to be in. It's enrichment. I'm just saying, TikTok steals it from Tumblr. I'm sure there's some original gimmick accounts on TikTok, but TikTok steals so much shit from Tumblr, and then they lie about it coming from not Tumblr. That's good. Thank goodness. I really need to stop with the wizard AI art. It really is annoying. I saw some TikTok comment claiming they came up with Gontaro, and that is just a flat-out lie. I'm offended. The original post from years ago was on Tumblr. No, Tumblr is also the original source of a lot of crap. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Otherwise, I know the Nikki side of Tumblr right now is still just, like, flabbergasted at the state of Infinity Nikki. Mainly because the corner of Nikki Tumblr that I'm on doesn't really play Infinity Nikki. They play the older games. So they're hearing it, like, secondhand from those of us who have crossed over into Infinity Nikki. I think I mentioned that yesterday, where it's just like, my god, what is happening over there? It's getting better. The bugs are getting worked out. It's a lot more stable now. It was pretty stable today. I did run into... What was it that I ran into today? Oh, when I logged into the multiplayer world, one of my friends list people got into my world without asking. They were just there suddenly. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, it happens. I don't care about, like, another part of the Tumblr ecosystem is people reposting shit to either Twitter or to Pinterest. It's not about that. We're used to people reading out Tumblr comments overlaid on top of a Minecraft parkour video. That's funny, but also annoying at the same time. It happens. It's the lying about it. Not coming from Tumblr. That's the part that's just like, come on, guys. At least attribute where you're getting your jokes from. We can do this without plagiarizing. This JPEG is mine now. Oh man, speaking of JPEGs, I was rewatching a bunch of Homestuck animations earlier. Don't ask why, things just happen. Hence why I posted the one that I did in video spam in Discord earlier, which is a new one, and holy shit. Yes, I know exactly which comic you're referring to, Dai. Yeah, oh my god, thank god, it's finally fucking dead. I know it just means all the assholes are gonna move to some other thing, but like, we'll have a moment of peace while they're figuring their shit out at least. And maybe some of them will finally get their heads out of their asses and become better people for it. But oh my gosh, I found that animation, the reanimated Homestuck thing. I think not earlier this week, I don't remember when, but like I was watching it half asleep and I was like, wow, this is really cool, but I was still half asleep, so I didn't really see like all the quality put into it. And then I got it in my recommended today again, and I was like, wait, holy shit, this is fucking incredible. And then I went to the dude's profile on YouTube because I was like, I gotta see what else he's made. I gotta subscribe to this guy making fucking art over here. And apparently this guy is self-taught. Like, holy moly. That's incredible! And he had a bunch of other animations on there, and I just started binge watching them. And then I went to like compare them to the original ones, and I might reread Homestuck again. It seems like it's that time of the year. Also, yeah, it did. Between 4chan dying and Canada seeing the shit show that's happening in America right now, it really has done some things, huh? I haven't read whatever post-canon epilogue shit is happening now with Homestuck, or was happening with Homestuck. I don't understand anymore. But I personally really enjoyed it. I also, and I need to confirm this, but apparently the person who made my favorite Homestuck animation ever, that was like a fan animation, was apparently also the person who animated the final act of Homestuck, and that made me so happy. Oh my god. I had no idea. I should put that one in video spam as well. It's such a cute animation. Also, I never cosplayed anything from Homestuck, and I certainly do not plan to, but I do technically have a troll Sona I made as a joke. I think I've shown them on stream. I don't remember. They were fully just made as a joke, though. Mainly I made them as a joke because Merlin... Merlin is a valid troll name. Which made me cackle the first time I realized it. I was like, oh god, I have to do this now. It would be too funny. Alright, there we go. This is my favorite animation. I just put it in video spam. But yes. I should make horns, actually. Not troll horns, but just like costume horns. Is that the one that I was told about that was like a really cursed Merlin? One of the Merlins I've been told about, I was just like, I hate this comparison, please never sell it to me again. But I don't remember which one it was. Maybe one day. Listen, we got Silk Song. Anything's possible. We got Kingdom Hearts 3, we got Silk Song. We can get anything at this point. I still need to finish playing Kingdom Hearts 3. I know all the spoilers. I watched it already, but I want to play it myself. Now that I can finally play a fucking Kingdom Hearts game on my computer. I think I started with one of the other games first, and I was like, I want to finish this one. I want to finish them in order. And then silly me, foolish me, forgets that I pick up games and then I never finish them. And I have something in my eye right now. Hold on one second. It's being very annoying. Ah, yes, this is the one that I didn't like. It was either that one or... I also don't like the Seven Deadly Sins one. Maybe it was that one that I really hated. There was one though where I just had like such a visceral reaction to, where I was like, oh god. Yeah, oh my god. Before it had like an anime and stuff, I was reading the manga for a little while because I was like, oh, this is vaguely interesting, sure. And then I realized I hated every single character in it. I was like, wow. I know they're like thematically supposed to be the Seven Deadly Sins and thus imperfect characters, but this is the most insufferable set of characters I've ever seen in my life. And I watched Sword Art Online. At least they had a fucking personality though compared to Sword Art Online. I'll give them that. Not a great one, but they had one. I still have something in my eye. Maybe I just need eye drops. 1 second. I'll zoom out for you guys. I considered going back and watching the anime for Seven Deadly Sins because I was like, maybe I'm misremembering, maybe it was bad just at the time and I just need to reread it and everything will be fine. And then like I started looking it up and like every single person I saw commenting on it was just like, this shit is terrible. And I was like, oh no, I was right. Okay, I won't rewatch that. Not yet. I read your comment. I was just trying to get the eye drop directly in my eye. Because I was busy with animatic stuff. But now things have cooled down and I'm catching up on all my YouTube videos and shit. It's on my list. No worries. Go do your stuff. I do need to. Sorry, my eye was in extreme pain. Ow. It still is, technically, but it's getting there. Dry eye is the worst. Don't get dry eye. Hydrate. Hydration is important. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. I'm pretty sure. I can't be entirely certain, but I'm pretty sure. Eye drops are weird though. I need to get a different brand, I think. Cause these ones hurt like a fucking bitch half the time that I put them in my eyes. And I know they're not supposed to do that, but I'm assuming it, or at least I was assuming it was just because my eyes were so dry that they were hurting because just anything being in them hurted. And then my sister was in town and she let me borrow her eye drops at one point in time. Cause I couldn't find mine right off the bat. And those ones didn't hurt. And I'm like, oh, maybe it's the brand I'm using. Maybe just the brand I'm using is bad. Hello. Welcome in, Beans. Don't mind my closed eye. My eyes are being annoying right now. I'm drawing with one eye open. He's doing good. He's doing good. I haven't got to the bird mask, but rest assured, I have not forgotten the bird mask. I think this is looking pretty good. I'm doing some of the shading real quick. Oh my goodness. Oh, I meant to stop in earlier, but I was busy at the time. I need to go watch that stream because I want to see what you created. Listen, I believe in you. At this point in time, I can imagine you being a live 2D genius. I haven't been proven otherwise yet. Okay, but for real though, live 2D is hard. The model I made for Kamui was just like a reskin of an existing model. And then I tried to rig a new model for him so that he could continue using Cup Puppy without there being any issues around it. But I won't lie, I gave up halfway through. I tried my hardest. I did not succeed. That's good. that's pretty good, honestly, because Live 2D is very, very complicated. I think I probably would have been able to do the Kamui model if I wasn't locked behind free wall stuff, where I only had so many things I could do with the program. But it's fine. You did a heck. What heck? Oh! No, you're fine! You're fine! That's just Twitch being silly. Oh, I forgot they don't like the word kush on Twitch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's all it was. You didn't do a heck. It's really funny. It used to happen a lot on Kamui's streams that he would keep having to unblock people. I don't know how he eventually got around that, or if Twitch just decided that it was okay on his stream. Or maybe it's with the eye. I don't know why. It is really funny every time it happens, though. Maybe because I just unblocked it, die. Because I allowed Beans thing through. I know it happened several times, though, on Kamui's stream with several different people. Yeah, it's because I just unblocked it. Okay, my eye is less in pain now, but it's still dry as fuck. So I need to put some more eye drops in. It gave you a warning! Maybe I should talk to Twitch support and be like, hey, I'm sure this means something in some language that is important, but it doesn't mean anything for my friend's name. Can you unblock this? Ugh. Yeah, dry eye is the worst. I have so many tiny bottles of eye drops now. Oh, but yeah, on the subject of Homestuck earlier, the actual Homestuck site is down now, Kira, so you can't even read it on the original site. And even if it was still up, because Flash is dead, all of the original animations, they're just not the same. They really aren't, and it makes me so sad. Is it? I don't remember what that part of Kamui's name originated from. I know the Kamui part is like one of the 72 demons or something. Oh, yeah! I recognize that now. I'm so sad though on the Homestuck thing, cause like, I think I started reading like right around the time Cascade was posted for Homestuck. So I had like a lot of catching up to do. I remember seeing a video.
Process,
oh, hello.
You will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's
Welcome
computer terminal. We trust you will be
Thank
a great
you. You
asset
are a great
to the
asset.
company. Great asset to the company. Great asset to the company. Great asset.
What was I saying? Cascade, right. I think I saw something about it on YouTube or something, and I was like, oh, this is a cool animation. I'm gonna go read the rest of this comic. No, I remember. I remember what I saw that made me go read Homestuck. It was someone I was already following on YouTube. Probably for Warrior Cats things, given that time of my life. And they posted... they posted a John/Caracat edited thing, video. And I'm just like, are these their original characters? They seem neat. I'm glad for them. And then I found out it was a comic. And then I saw Cascade. And then I was like, oh, I should read that. That seems really interesting. And then I read it and I was like, what on earth is what on earth is fucking going on here? But I'm so sad. I'm really sad that you can't see the original animations anymore. I mean, you can find them on YouTube, but I don't think anything will top the day when I finally got up to the Cascade page and played that Flash, and like, it's like at least 2 minutes into the animation, but not only does the Flash animation start expanding across the page, but the entire the entire CSS of the site starts changing colors to match with the theme of the animation. It was the coolest fucking thing ever. And it's dead now, and I'm very upset about it. Genuinely, 10 out of 10. So good, so good. There is one video that somebody has where like you can kind of see the background colors changing and stuff, and you can at least see how the animation like expands and stuff. But it'll never be the same as the original, and that makes me so sad. Like, the follow-up animations after Cascade for other acts, they're good too, and there's other ones that I really like, but I don't think anything will top Cascade for me. It's still very good. If you are going to experience Homestuck in this day and age, there's the Let's Read Homestuck thing on YouTube. I'm catching up with that right now, because that's my favorite way to experience the comic. But I think there's some mirror of the original Homestuck site somewhere, because the Homestuck site is gone now for some reason. I found this out because I was trying to remember something about Homestuck the other day, so I started looking stuff up on the wiki, and I went to click on a Homestuck link, and it broke, and I was like, wait, what the fuck, where's the site? So I looked it up, and Reddit was like, yeah, there's a mirror now, use this link instead. And I was like, what do you mean the original site's gone? That's my childhood! Also, sorry, yeah, the battle royales seem to continue to be rigged. I will have more things to add to that soon. Cryo is still working on the hermit crab, I believe. But he's doing good work. Okay, my eye has mostly recovered. It is still being a bother, but I think I'm mostly good now. I just have to blink extra. If you are like me and addicted to being on your computer all the time, make sure you take the time to blink often. You will ruin your eyes if you don't do that. I'm not feeling it yet. Oh, you're fine, Furnace. Oh my gosh. I'm not a proper content creator. I'll just look at my DMs while I'm streaming. No. You can, like, have a drawn image of me, but I would prefer my model to not be used. This is a proprietary asset of my company. No, but yeah. I want to be... I'm not gonna say no to people like using a representation of me in art projects or anything, but I do want to be careful, especially as I start broaching into actually doing story stuff for Ambrosia. Because I know that can get into some gray territory, for sure. Especially because, well, I'm not directly making profits off of my stories at the moment. There's absolutely going to be a day where I will be, and then it gets into really gray territory. No! You are not allowed to make me bald! How dare you! Which, speaking of, I'm deciding what I want to do for story time next. I'm really glad that everyone really enjoyed the animatic I did for last week. So I'm tempted to do another one, because that's what I really want to do, is tell stories. And if people like voiceover, I will do it. I will do more. Especially now that I got a better mic and my music lessons have been teaching me how to actually, like, properly edit voices. The next one will sound even better. Also note, you're legally not allowed to make Ambrosia taller than 5'8". Maybe 5'9" with heels on. Ambrosia is a short gremlin canonically. Not especially short, but, like, they're hanging out with, like, fairies and elves and shit, and fairies and elves and shit, like, thematically have to be tall motherfuckers. Wait, what? I imagine them as, like, 5'6" or 5'7", and then, like, the heels on their boot push them up just enough to put them at 5'8". But holy shit, that means I'm taller than you, because I'm about 5'7". Oh, I'm the same height as you, never mind. That makes more sense. I have met a few people that are shorter than me in real life, and it's always really disorienting because for the most part, I am actually just towered over by most people I meet. I am usually the short person in the room. It doesn't help that I, like, hunch over a lot, though. That's probably why. I probably lose, like, an inch or two just from that. But I'm working on my posture. I want to have better posture. Let me make sure this looks right. I have to look at my reference. Probably would help if I put my glasses back on. No! Oh, I didn't even know that was possible. I knew it was possible for people to lose height, like, over the course of their life, but I didn't know chemo could do that. It was the entire word kushi that was filtered. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. From my experience, because I used to live in Tennessee, in like near the Memphis area, so like St. Jude was like a huge thing around there, but the only thing they ever really talked about for what like chemotherapy did was the deletion of the immune system and hair loss. They never talk about other side effects. Yeah, probably. Or it's some like slang thing for weed again. Which is really silly. I disagree. I think being tall would be a lot of fun. Cool isn't actually cool, because yes. I mean, either way, I do enjoy learning things. So yes, I do want to know, but I don't want to be crass at the same time, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you live in the Memphis area, like all the schools and stuff go absolutely nuts for doing fundraisers for them. Oh no. Yeah, I have heard that heavy metals get processed through hair. And I think like testing for heavy metals is usually done through hair follicles or something. I think that's how I originally heard about it. Oh, that is cool. Oh, that is really cool. That's so interesting. If I ever decide to like grow out my hair longer again, which I doubt I will, I enjoy having short hair too much, I do want to bleach my hair to see if I can get it to like a pure white. I'm either gonna go for bleached white or I'm gonna dye it all red again, because having red hair was so much fun. I'm double checking that I got all the buckles correct. He still doesn't have enough to be a Final Fantasy character, but he is trying. I haven't seen a purple dye that matches Ambrosia hair. I actually dyed my hair red before I designed Ambrosia. And I just really liked the color a lot more than I was expecting to. It does look a little funny because I'm naturally blonde, and so it looks like I have no eyelashes. But it was fun. I liked having bright hair. I think my current ID actually still has me with red hair. Oh, my wallet's in the other room, I can't check. I'm also sad, like, I can get colors similar to Ambrosia's hair in the Infinity Nikki dyes, but I can't get exact colors. And I've only found one hair in Shining Nikki that gets a close enough color that it's just like, you know what, good enough. I've spent so long curating my wardrobe in Shining Nikki so I could make Ambrosia. Wait, have I shown that? Hold on, let me take a screenshot of that. It'll take a moment to load up. I can show the Love Nikki version of Ambrosia as well, because I have both as my avatars. Like, do I do other outfits in both these games that are really pretty and I'm sure people would like to see? Yes, I'm sure, but I have a brand. I have to maintain my brand. And then, like, they finally added the dye system in Infinity Nikki, and they also added a wizard hat last update, and so of course the first thing I did for this new update for 1.5 was completely recreate Ambrosia in Infinity Nikki. I have no brain cells. I only have one mode. Yeah, that's good enough for me. No, I think it would be a very poor Nacha mold. Or Nacha bowl. I don't think I would enjoy using it as one. And maybe it's just because I prefer, like, shallow bowls. And the thing about, like, wizard hats is they're like a pointy cone downward. It's like trying to get the last bit of ice cream out of a cone before you crunch the whole thing. It's awful. Although I do like the waffle cones that, like, have chocolate on the inside, and then it kind of, like, pools a little bit at the bottom. So there's, like, a little triangle of chocolate when you finish the rest of the ice cream. Those ones are fun. But I swear, like half the time I get those ice cream cones, from, like, the grocery store. I always get one in the batch that has nuts on it, and I'm always just like, I didn't want that. I just wanted chocolate and vanilla. I didn't want whatever coverings that you decided to put on these. Here we go. I'm waiting for Love Nikki to load now. Oh, I forgot there's a hell event going on in Love Nikki. Not one I care about. The hell events have been kind of boring. You can really see the Love Nikki influence in my Ambrosia design as soon as I post this in the server, by the way. I'll pull them up on stream too. Oh, that sounds nice. I don't like peanut butter, but I will occasionally eat a mini Reese's cup. Those and oh, what's the other thing? It's something that also has caramel in it, I think. It's some chocolate bar of some sort, but I don't remember what it's called. I just remember, I think actually this is the reason why I'll eat them now. It was what my dad had to run and get me when I was fainting on the tattoo chair when I was getting my tattoo because I didn't eat beforehand. Here's Love Nikki Ambrosia. Which I know for a fact that coat and those shorts were direct inspirations for Ambrosia's final design. The hat to an extent as well, but I didn't want one as fancy as that because I didn't think I would be able to draw it regularly. And here's Shining Nikki Ambrosia. Listen! It's a good fucking hat, okay? It's a good hat. There's not like an extreme dyeing system in Love Nikki like there is in Shining Nikki and now Infinity Nikki. because it's all 2D stuff instead of 3D, so that they can split up all the textures and stuff properly in the materials. You can dye some clothes in Love Nikki, but you just get like a couple variants of them. Oof, ow. I just kicked something. It wasn't butterscotch. I'm still trying to remember what candy bar it was. I haven't had a doctor visit yet, no. I'll have one coming up soon. I'm going to mention it then. It's not something that I thought was outstanding enough that I need to make an appointment right then and there. But also because I've had like 15 bazillion dentist appointments. I need some time away from doctor offices for a little bit. I have another one upcoming this week to finish all my dentistry stuff. I'm so glad it'll finally be over. Yeah, probably, honestly. I don't really want to get a salt lick, though. Like, I don't like butter when it's on its own, and I don't really like the taste of salt when it's on its own either. Oh, gross, no. That sounds awful. Hi, welcome in. Okay, I have to actually draw this bird mask now. I've been putting it off long enough. I'm doing alright. Getting some art done. This mask is not particularly complicated, which is nice. It's just getting the shape right. Which is very important for birds. Thank you, I appreciate it. Where did my chat go? There's my chat. Oh no! That's the worst thing I've ever read, Di. I mean... Maybe it's not the worst thing. I feel like that's just a thing sometimes with certain people who have animals where they've known what their animal's been around enough where it's like they stopped caring at some point. Oh, that's fun. I have to keep telling myself to not buy pipe cleaners because I'm not going to use them, but I used to play with pipe cleaners so much. They're a lot of fun. I keep seeing people like on YouTube making like these really gorgeous flowers out of pipe cleaners too, and it's just like, wow, that's cool. And welcome back, Beans. Oh wait, did it do the crab dance? The dance is so good. I'm so proud of Cryo's work on those. Oh, that's so cool! If I didn't think Marjorie would attempt to eat it, I would get a commissioned one of those pipe cleaner things, because they look so cool. You are the crabs. I remember to turn them on. I'm a wizard, not a witch, actually, but thank you. Very important distinction. It may not matter for some people, but it matters to me. Oh, it's okay. No, I know. I feel like this particular shape of hat lends people to think witch immediately too. Yeah, honestly, there needs to be more witch shows. I need a witch magical girl show. Because I know Pretty Cure had a witch season. And I was so excited, and then I saw the designs for it, and I was like, okay, they're not bad, but this isn't what I wanted out of a magical girl witch show. and then this is not hate for Madoka Magica, but there's witches in Madoka Magica, and they're cool as fuck, don't get me wrong, but I do just sometimes want a traditional witch. Little Witch Academy is very good. It's very good. I need to go watch that. Oh no! I'm not mad at you. I'm not disappointed with you. I'm mad at Netflix for creating that atrocity. I have heard that that season of Pretty Cure, like the original, not the nonsense that Netflix created, was really good. I haven't watched it personally. My personal favorites are Heart Catch, Star Twinkle, and Fresh Pretty Cure. I mean, sure, but I don't want edgy. I want cutesy. I want fun. I want a good time. I mean, I'm okay with edgy. I do like Sailor Moon style of there is a deep, dark story behind everything, but at the end of the day, it's still supposed to be this really cutesy magical girl show. I'm there for the cuteness. It's same complaints as Infinity Nikki right now. Yeah, I'm doing my own thing with animatics to do my story stuff now. I thought about doing a comic once upon a time, but similar to my efforts with attempting to do a live 2D myself, I realized very quickly it was not for me. Although I'm still trying to learn, I feel like it was definitely a skill issue at the time because I did not understand what the hell I was doing. And my later attempts at trying to do a comic have worked out a little bit better. But, my god, I could not sit there and do a webcomic. Ooh, that sounds cool. Keep me updated if you post anything about it. I would love to see it. Are my buttons working? Can I push this button and have Discord pop up? No, Stream Deck is still lying to me. Cool. I was gonna give you my Discord link. I thought I got that working. How dare you, Stream Deck? It's okay. I fixed other things. I did fix the raid thing per your instructions, Di. I haven't fixed the raffle thing yet. I do need to figure that out. And if I figure that out, I'll send that to you. I prefer to not be DM'd, really? Just because I usually use my DMs for handling, bigger commissions that can't be really directly handled, through VGen, or for other things. And Beans, so I'm streaming both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so if you're seeing comments that you're not seeing on the Twitch side, they're probably coming from the YouTube side. I at one point had Restream handling, displaying comments from the YouTube side and vice versa, but I'm no longer using Restream, and I haven't taken the time to figure out a new system for getting that across. Cause I know it gets a little confusing, but yeah, it's just the YouTube side. Nah, you're fine. You can stay on YouTube. Honestly, if anything, I'm trying to focus on the YouTube side rather than the Twitch side. I mainly stay on Twitch just because I know a lot of the people, not a lot of the people, but some of the people who watch me prefer to be on the Twitch side. My personal preference is the YouTube side because you don't have to deal with ads so much, but that is always everyone's personal preference. That's probably a good idea. I didn't get enough time to finish updating my overlays last week. I'm getting around to it now, so I could add them there. Yeah, they really are. Twitch is so rude about them too. I've gotten into the habit while the intro's playing to play a 3-minute ad, so there's at least not pre-rolls for a while. But they always come back. Oh, Elliot's a good name. Yes. I keep seeing this one post on Tumblr that is making me think about my stories, and I think it's very funny in its wording. It's just your magic your fantasy world doesn't need a logic-based magic system. It needs a man-eating bear or something of that sort. I can't remember the exact wording. And it's like, yeah, you're right. Everyone always remembers the bear that eats faces. They never remember the logic system. Maggie Lou Mary. That show sounds familiar. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I didn't quite understand that bit, Starfall. I missed a redeem. Oh no. Oh no. I need to get that automated again. I don't know why VTube Studio hates me and does not automate it anymore. Thank you for letting me know. You guys can always yell at me to check my redeems. I will eventually. I have so many things to update still. The thing is, then StreamerBot has to integrate with both VTube Studio and Twitch. But it does break less often, so I think that's fair. I'll do it when I'm fixing the raffle commands and stuff. Hold on, I have to pull up my reference again. He's got like a little thing underneath the beak. Yeah, I know. It's probably less intrusive on your guys' side, but it does mean I have to like stop everything I'm doing and check what people are asking for. So it's good to like have things automate themselves, because then I don't have to think about it. It just will fix itself automatically. There are exactly 5 triangles. Convenience on my Twitch stream? How dare you? One of the people, okay, so my friend Shilian, hosted a bunch of like art practice days in their Discord a while back. They were very fun. One of the people, who participated in them always drew with the lasso too, and it was the coolest fucking thing. It makes sense, honestly. Like, it tracks in my brain to draw that way, because rather than thinking in lines, you're just thinking in the shapes instead. And that's what I'm doing a lot of the time when I'm drawing. I think in the shapes. It's just I have to draw them with lines because then it breaks my brain when I try to draw in shapes most of the time. But sometimes when I'm working on hair, especially long hair, I will get out a blocking tool and draw with that instead. Because it's easier to think in a big shape for them. But if you also think about it, people who are doing three-dimensional art, they have to think that way too. They're basically drawing with lasso tools that way as well. To be honest though, nothing phases me at this point when it comes to weird ways to draw after seeing the person who does art in Microsoft Word. Like, oh my god. If you haven't looked that up, please look up artist who works in solely Microsoft Word. It is the most fascinating thing I've ever seen. Or like Excel sheet artists. Oh my god. Hi Noodle, welcome in. Also, that's a mood die. I think I still can't draw a symmetrical heart. Let me try. I've gotten better, but you can see, like, especially right here, I can never get that perfectly symmetrical. Or, like, trying to draw stars. They're always tilted. It's always tilted like the Persona 5 skill star thingy. They can't be that bad. Send me one of them. I want to see those. I have your DMs open. Oh no, Noodle! It happens to the best of us. I will believe it when I see it. I need to judge this with my own eyes. Oh, I hit my glass. My soda kept warming up too quickly earlier, so I put it in a glass, and then I got another soda and started pouring like half and half into the glass so the warm soda would get cooled off by the cold soda. It works. It's just, it works. Now, Diet, I do have to ask, and I made this in the kindest way possible. Have you seen a heart before? Why are they so tall? I'm not bothered by the flat bottoms. I've done that before. But they're like elongated. They look like arrowheads. Take my hand. I'll teach you how to use the lasso tool. Listen, this is what you do. This is what you do when you have a long heart like this. Let me get a heart on here. Drawn in your style. So you have your long heart. You take the lasso tool, you do a circle, you grab whatever distortion tool you have in your art program, and you grab the one that gives you little handlebars like this, and you lower it down, and look! It doesn't look so bad. It just looks like you have a heart that has a round bottom now. Don't mind me, layer organization. I know logically these days I don't have to combine all my layers. Like, my art program can handle the amount of layers I use now, but old habits die hard. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Oh, goodness. I do wonder how we have this association between the heart shape and then an actual heart. I wonder what the history behind that is. I'm sure it's some, like, pictograph shit, like how Egyptian letters work and how, like, Western lettering systems used to be pictograms. But I am curious about it. No, I typically avoid looking up, organs and such. Because I don't like looking at the insides of things that are living creatures. I mean, I can look at bones, but that's about it. I felt really bad because in middle school we were forced to dissect a frog, and I went up to my teacher and I was just like, I need you to understand that I will throw up if you make me dissect the frog. Can I please have a pass for this? I will do literally anything. I will do like an essay for you to avoid dissecting this frog. And she told me no, and I sat there vaguely ill the entire time. Thank God it was before lunchtime and not afterwards, because if it was afterwards, I absolutely would have thrown up. And thank God also my lovely friend at the time was just like, don't worry, I'm not only interested in actually dissecting this frog, I will do this for you, and it's okay that you need to, like, crash out in the corner. Oh, goodness, Prith. Best of luck. Get some good rest. Take a deep breath. It's very silly advice, I know, but I promise you it's the best advice I've ever heard. But the most important thing to do right before an exam is to take a deep breath, to tell yourself it's all gonna be okay, and to not stress out as best as you can. See, I would have been fine if we dissected an owl pellet. I think I would have enjoyed that a lot more. It still would have been super gross, but, like, it wouldn't be a frog. The next time I was required to dissect something, thank God I had a reasonable teacher who was just like, if somebody genuinely is really uncomfortable with doing a dissection, I am okay with you sitting in a corner and doing a different worksheet instead. And I was like, thank you so much. This is not me trying to get out of the work. It is, I know my stomach, and it will disagree with this. No, you're so right. I don't follow vulture culture too often, but I'll occasionally see posts about it on Tumblr and stuff. And if I wasn't nervous about handling something that came from a living creature like a bone, that would probably be a part of my collection. I do love looking at pictures of, like, properly preserved bones and stuff. They're really cool. It's still also nice just to get there a little early at least, so that you don't have to worry about, like, rushing to the classroom and stuff, and, like, you can get set up in the area. That's what I didn't like about, like, high school and stuff. Like, you never had enough time to get everywhere. College was so nice. You always had enough time to get everywhere. Oh my gosh. I wish I had the botanical skill to actually maintain a real terrarium so I could put my crystals in it. Which, speaking of, I'm getting more. The person that I purchase most of my crystals from had a sale recently, and there were some really cool ones in there, and I was like, oh, I need to get those. That's too cool. There was my favorite kind of crystal is always geodes, and I'm always on the hunt for ones that are not amethyst, because I always see amethyst geodes, and that's not to say amethyst geodes aren't cool. It's just I want to see other ones. Yeah, let me take a look at that. I was trying to get to a good spot in the drawing before I got distracted again. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could see that. They remind me a little bit of fuchsia plants. Yeah, that makes sense, Prith. Definitely want to do your best. I believe in you. You got this. There is some pictures of some gemstones carved to look like orange slices. Or not orange slices. What's the other one that's similar to oranges? Like, it looks exactly like oranges, but they're not oranges. They were carved to look like them, and, like, I don't like citrus fruits. I wanted to eat those gemstones so badly. They looked like fruit gummies. I wanted them. No! Stay safe. It wasn't grapefruit. It wasn't grapefruit. It was... Permission, maybe? Because it wasn't oranges. Because they didn't have any of the white on it. It was just the orange bit. Yeah. For sure, die. Maybe I can find the pictures of the ones that I purchased real quick. Because they were so pretty. I was like, oh, I do want these. I can have a little treat. I think I liked both the posts so I could remember them. Oh, I was so mad. During this sale, she had one that was like a skull carved out of a mineral, and I wanted it, and somebody got to it before I did. I think it was like 50 or 100 bucks. I was like, I would pay that much for a cool fucking skull. I mean, one of my favorites that I have currently is a rose quartz carved into a lotus shape, so... And then I have the snakes in various ones. Where are the gemstones? None of these are the gemstones. There's the gemstones. Let me turn on the display capture. Yeah, so these I think are both amethyst. Yeah, they're stalactite slices. Or this one's a stalactite slice. And I was just like, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard of. I need that. And then this one's just like a big fucking chunk, which is so cool. And then the other one was just a set of a bunch of tiny ones. But I really liked these like teeny tiny geodes. And then whatever this one is, what was it? Aquamarine. I wanted aquamarine. They do look tasty. Oh, they look so cool. Maybe I can find the other one from this sale that I really wanted. This is my favorite person to buy from. Because she does her best to find gemstones from, like, reputable sources. Oh yeah, it was these! Oh, it was orange slices! But look, does that not look like fruit gummies? Oh, it's just a fruit gummy. The sale was recent. Let me just scroll a little bit. Maybe. Okay. Hold on. Oh, she doesn't have it pinned anymore. Dang it. Oh, there's a wolf skull too. Man! Ah, here it is. Here's the skull. I wanted this so badly. It looks so cool. Like, look at the crack going up the front of the face. That is fucking amazing looking. And also, I like that little one. But I like all the ones on that. I think, is that Lapis? No, it's Labor. No. Azurite, I think, is that one. Because that one's probably, one of these two is the Mossagate. I think that one's the Mossagate and this one's the Labradite. I was so sad. I missed it. I'm on my way. I'm on my fucking way, Noodle. And I saw your Kirby's! Oh my goodness. Oh, wait! Those are cute! Oh, that's really funny! Oh, I love that. I should show off all my crystals on stream at some point. I have a lot already. That's fair, Dai. I just let people do whatever floats their own boat. Oh no! Noodle, are you okay? Are you alright? I'm doing a stretch real quick. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Oh no. I'm now tempted to tell my spider stories, but I will not for your own sanity. I think I would make you cry if I told them right now, and I don't want that to happen. They were really nice. Thank you for sharing them. I do have quite the spider stories, though. Most of them are my sister's. But I do have one, like, personal spider story. Which, makes the, Spiders George joke always really, really funny for me in particular. I did not eat a spider, before anyone freaks out. Yeah, that makes sense. I try to sometimes leave spiders alone that, like, get into the house, cause, like, they're good pest control, as long as they're being manageable and not being annoying. But I always try to, like, if one's, like, a particularly scary spider, I try to let it outside, cause they're just little dudes. Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I know jumping spiders are ones that you can keep in captivity. Yeah, same. Oh no, Prith! I'm so sorry. I will do my best to make this story as untraumatizing as possible. Because, like, for me, it wasn't particularly traumatizing or anything. It was just startling. But I personally love spiders. So if you have to go, it's okay. I understand. My sister is mildly arachnophobic. Very understandably given her own spider experiences. If there's any bug that particularly scares me, it's weirdly ladybugs. For similar reasons in that I have had the most terrifying experience with ladybugs ever. Uh, but for me, my spider story is same house where I would sleepwalk to go to the bathroom at night, or my parents would get me to sleepwalk to go to the bathroom at night. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I used to have this like little tiny square pillow next to me that I would have my stuffed animals lay on. And it was right next to my face, and I woke up to see the largest spider I had ever seen at that point in my life just sitting on the pillow, and I didn't want to scream and wake everyone else up in the house, so I just took the pillow and I flung it across the room, and I did my best to go back to sleep. Oh, same. Oh my god. They always would be hanging out in the bathroom. So bath time was also play with the daddy long legs time, and then shower time, because like the daddy long legs would always go up to the like very top of the shower. Like I would watch them while I was cleaning myself. Get some rest, it's good for you. It was all good though. Like the spider was just chilling there when I woke up to see it. He was just having a time. He just wanted to chill. I felt really bad that I had to fling him across the room, but I did not want that thing that close to my face. My poor sister, unfortunately, has had worse experiences with spiders. But I don't hate centipedes, but they do make me very uncomfortable. So like I'll still capture them and drop them outside, but unfortunately I just can't get over my like visceral fear of them. I don't like cockroaches. Cockroaches are ones that I will kill without mercy. I understand that they're a part of the world and the ecosystem, and everything, including mosquitoes, has its place in that ecosystem. But they can exist outside of my house. Thank you very much. But the one that I have an actual like fear of, I can see like a single ladybug outside just fine, but if there's a swarm of ladybugs, I will be running in the opposite direction. Because when I was really young, and I was living in Missouri, I went to, I think I was just like going back there to clean the litter box or something for the cats. I went into the laundry room, and I heard like a weird noise, and I saw like a ladybug drop onto the floor, and I was like, oh, that's a little bit weird. Like normally bugs like have a good grip on things, right? And then I slowly looked up, and it was just like covered in ladybugs. Like the ceiling, like it was a huge swarm of them. And I don't know if that's typical ladybug behavior. Hell, I don't even know if this was like something I dreamed up and then suddenly solidified into an actual memory at some point in my life. But I remember this happening with crystal clarity. And now I'm terrified of ladybugs. They're very scary when there's a lot of them. That place was weird. I had the ladybug swarm, the haunted as fuck garage. The whole area had daffodils and random patches across the whole thing. And I remember every spring there was always more daffodils. And I know at one point, I don't know how this kept happening, but like I would kept finding tiny cactuses out in the yard in random spots. And I don't know if like a family member was planting them there or something, but they were just there chilling. Doing their thing, growing. I'm just like, why the fuck is there a cactus in fucking Missouri of all places? There was also an apple tree in the yard there, and I did not trust the apples from that tree. I'm pretty sure if I ate one, it would have made me sick. But it was always fun, like, seeing the tree blossom and then have fruit and then all the fruit fall and then, like, collecting them to pretend to make potions with, you know, as you do as a small child. Let's see. I got the bird mask done. We're all good. I did the bird mask. It's done. It's been added. No one has to freak out now. I think that's a majority of all the details. What am I missing on here? I'm missing, I don't need to do the zipper, but I do need to, or I don't need to do the catch for the zipper, but I need to do the line for it. And then there's a couple other small details to do. And then I think it's just finishing the shading. And then I can move on to colors. Colors are always fun. Oh, I remember the other bug incident that I've had that scared the crap out of me. I was on the playground and a wasp landed on my arm. It didn't sting me, but it freaked me out. I did the one thing that you're not supposed to do, which was the wasp landed on my arm and then I started shaking my arm to get it off. Don't do that. Just let it fly away. If you have no intent of harming the wasp will not harm you. It was a surprisingly chill wasp, though, and it just flew off. Oh no! Well, I can't speak for every kind of wasp, but like the ones I've met at least. I've never, knock on wood, I've never gotten stung by either a bee or a wasp or anything in that, like, family of insects, thankfully. But I've met people who have had those things happen, and it sounds god-awful. I think I have been bitten by ants before. But in the ants' defense, I was playing with them, and I should not have been playing with them. Oh, that is true. They have their place in the ecosystem. And the nice thing about wasps is, if you leave them in the wild, they won't bother you. It's the ones that get attached to people's houses that are a problem. Fire ants are evil. I will agree with that. I don't want them anywhere near me. I do think it's funny, as a child, I didn't realize poison ivy was a thing until one of my friends told me they got poison ivy. And I didn't know how to recognize poison ivy for the longest time. Just speaking of things along this period of my life. But apparently, as a child, I used to run through poison ivy like all the fucking time. And I guess I don't have the allergy for it like most people do. So I never knew. other than... Oh, no, I don't think it's scarred, actually. I stepped on a nail once. Like a really nasty one that was outside. Thankfully, nothing happened. I just had to have it heal up, but... I think that's the worst thing I've had happen to my feet, thankfully. No, wait. No, I know what the worst thing that happened was. I was at a friend's, and they had really long grass outside, and I will not go into the details of this, but I had my first experience with seed ticks that day, and there were a lot of them, and it was awful. Don't run in long grass. It's not worth it. I can promise you that. Don't do it. You don't want to experience seed ticks. I mean, in general, you don't want to experience ticks, but like, don't run in long grass. I have been bitten by ticks before, multiple times. Very awful. Do not recommend. My neighbor, I think caught Lyme disease from a tick at one point as well. So, on the list of bugs I will fuck with the least, ticks are number one. That makes sense. To my understanding, like, wasps are really territorial. And I've always just been like, I stay out of their range as much as I physically can. So I've never had a problem. Oh no. That's sad. Then again, I also haven't really been in like a really wild area of growth. Like, I've been in like woods and stuff, but just about everywhere I've been has been very much touched by humanity, so... Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I've got a bit more shading I want to do before I get into colors, though. Thinking about how much shading I want to do this way. Do I have a kitty around? Or are they still ignoring me? Oh, she is still there. Are you comfy, Miss Marjorie? Meow, 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 meow. Taking my headphones off for a second. Oh, look at you. You look cozy. Is that just a hammock to you? Yeah. Yeah, baby. Not a peep? Not a single peep? Nothing? You don't want to tell me anything at all? You're just cozy? Okay. Let me get a picture of her. She's really cute right now.
Can I get a picture of you? I love little lady.
You look so funny sitting like that. You look so silly.
Yeah. Are you bubbling?
Oh, that's recording.
I'm on camera. What the heck? Oh, yummy baby. Oh, ruined the picture. Marjorie, look at me. Good girl. Good job.
Behold, my kitten. She's sleepy. They do just use the fucking cat wheel as a goddamn cat hammock. And like, I want to be mad about it, but they are really cute, and it makes it very difficult for me to be mad about it. Let me get my temporary image again. Behold. Her in all of her sleepy glory. She's just chilling. She's been chilling the whole stream here. Oh?
Oh, good morning. No, don't scratch that. Stop scratching that. You gonna join me up here? You wanna say hi? Want me to turn on the camera?
Hi. Hello. Let me move some stuff around, baby.
Come on down. Come up here. I will invite you up here now. Come on over. You wanna come over here?
Let me move this off the desk, because I don't need it right now. If I can find where it's plugged in.
Come over here. Come on. You're a good girl. You are, baby. You're being so good, so polite, not coming up here without being invited. Good job. Come on, camera. I turned you off properly, goddammit. Why is this not turning on?
I'm so weirded out by this camera. Because I will unplug it, I will turn it fully off, and then it'll still somehow use charge. I'm willing to bet that as soon as I plug this in, it's gonna tell me it's at 0% again. It's not even turning on still. What the heck? Am I gonna have to do another return? I'm gonna leave it plugged in for a bit, see if that helps. I do want to turn the cat cam on though, because Marjorie is joining us.
Isn't that right, baby? Come here.
I should go ahead and send this reference to myself. Ooh, tasty. Where's my phone? Maybe if I look on the app on here, it'll tell me what the hell's happening. Bewildered. I don't know what's happening. What do you think, Miss Marjorie? You're just gonna look cute? Stare at me with your big old eyes? That all you're gonna do? It's turned a red light on, but I don't know what that means. Maybe I should look it up. I'm kind of scared now. It's a scary red light. It's saying it might be a charging issue, but it said it was at 60% yesterday, so I think it's lying to me. Oh, it made a noise. They said to hold the button down for 10 seconds. I have done this previously. Oh, the button, the light turned off, so maybe it worked this time. No, the light is back on. What is happening? Marjorie, did you eat the battery? Did you eat the battery? I'm just gonna leave it for a bit. See if it figures itself out. I think we're pretty much good on the line art here. Just one thing on the apple. I should eat something after stream. I ate like a pseudo dinner / lunch a little bit early, so now I'm a bit hungry now. I just got groceries. I forgot about the milk thing that was happening, and I got milk, and now I'm kind of afraid to drink it. And I went to look up recalls and stuff, and I didn't see anything yet, but I'm still afraid to drink the milk. Oh, pizza sounds good. I just had a frozen chicken patty thingy-majig and fries, because I was lazy today. But I want to make stir-fry sometime soon, stir-fried chicken. Because Szechuan chicken is so tasty. And I haven't had it in a while because I was too busy to cook properly. Yes, I think we're good. Maybe a few more lines here and there, but I'll add it during the coloring. Oh! Where's my iPad? Air server? Oh wait, I know what happened. There we go. I do have to hide this real quick while I go grab my reference so you guys don't look at my stuff. Oh my god, it ran out of battery. What the heck? I have to call GoPro support again. I'm going to scream. GoPro support is possibly one of the worst supports that I've had to deal with before. And they also do not know my proper name, actually, despite me attempting to correct it multiple times. It's still in their system incorrectly, and I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, let me color in my block colors real quick. These are not final colors, no one panic. Why did you run out of battery despite the fact that you were charged? You were just unplugged, but you were charged and I turned you off. I'm very confused. How do you have a worse battery life than my previous phone that was literally dying? I know batteries these days are to a degree more resilient than they used to be, but I still don't want to plug in something 24/7. Like, even my scooter doesn't get that treatment because it's unplugged while I'm at work. And there's always the, like, danger of, like, there being some overloaded thing on the circuit that just breaks everything. My computer's fine because I've got a surge protector thingy. But everything else... Oh, that was big out, sorry. I probably should plan the background before I really get into this, huh? I was gonna do something with, like, smoke, I think. Give it a bit of a dreary feel. Slightly ominous. They didn't give anything specific, though, so I wasn't gonna make any assumptions. I suppose I can just leave everything in a folder. I'm probably gonna crop this a little bit. Maybe I'll leave it as is. It's 1080 by 1920 because I just rotated it. Oh goodness, why am I so yawny? I got plenty of sleep. I woke up early. I was surprised. I woke up early and I had Mia purring next to me all morning. It was so cute. And then I caught my friend a Kami stream and I got to talk to her for a little bit. It was great. Is anyone here familiar with Vintage Story? It's a video game. It's like a Minecraft-like. It looks very interesting. At least, Akami looks like she's having a lot of fun with it. But every time I watch her do gameplay, she has to do like some sort of like crafting tree thing that looks like it takes 5 bazillion years to craft anything with. And like, conceptually, it looks very interesting, but I think if I had to do it myself, I would lose my shit. Oh, that's really cute. Oh. I have to like occasionally swap out the blankets that Mia likes with whatever blanket I have at my chair so that she has one with like my scent on it for a while. It's really cute. She stops using them after a bit, but as soon as I swap the blanket on my chair with whatever one she's using as her bed, she immediately just like curls into it. And sometimes when I come home from work, she'll be like curled up in my office chair. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to disturb you. You're so cute. But she's so happy to see me. So she always jumps down immediately. And Marjorie is my little hunter. She's been hunting bugs for me whenever a bug gets into the house. It's great. I never have to worry about bugs with her around. Is this turning on now? Can I plug this in and it not have a panic attack? Oh, she is such a sleepy kitty. My goodness. Alrighty. Now, if I turn on this button... No. Where is it? It's this one? Yes, it's this one. We will rotate it again, possibly. I have to do this, and then this, and then I don't know that I can... Oh, it's just void. It's just void back there. I promise you, there is a cat in that void. Maybe if I turn this lamp over a little bit, I'm gonna disturb her. She's trying to sleep. Hi. Oh, good morning. I'm sorry, I'm moving things around. You're trying to nap, baby. Trying to keep it out of the yeah, that didn't help at all. Oh goodness. My wonderful little void kitty. You really can't see her at all. You can see like the vague shape of her ear. Hi, Bubba. Wanna turn? Marjorie. Hi. Oh, that was a cute noise. Hi, Bubba. You wanna come up on the desk? No? Okay. All you can see is her eyes. Oh, that's so cute. Hi. You wanna come up here? Oh, Yanni baby. Yeah. Are you a sleepy girl? That's okay. You're allowed to take as many naps as you want, because you're just a little kitty. I'll put this right here for now. Her eyes. Baby, yes. Yeah, baby. Oh, I forgot I had the cat picture up of her. Oh, hi! Hi! Okay, we'll move the camera back. It's just all fluff. Hi, you wanna lay down? No, don't bump the camera. Don't bump the camera. Oh, are you a cute girl? Come on, lay down. Yeah. Oh, purr, purr, purr. Purr, purr, purr. Yes, that's the. Oh, that's the camera. That's the camera. Hi, baby. Oh, look at you. Yeah. Yeah, you just want scritches. Yeah. Are you a good girl? Yes. Move all this back. Yeah. Hi. Hi. It's just all you can see is fluff. Ma'am, if you laid down, this would be a lot easier. But you're not going to, are you? You're gonna be like this the whole time. Yes. Oh, fluffy baby. Fluffy baby. Oh, the purrs are really cute, but they're too quiet. She's got quiet purrs. Man, you won't have to be so rough. You don't. I promise. I will get your scritches to you. You don't have to slam your face onto my hands. You have a powerful headbutt, baby. You don't need a powerful headbutt. Yeah. There you go. See, all you have to do is ask. All you gotta do is ask. Yep, that's the camera. Yep, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Please do not bite the camera, baby. I know, it looks tasty. It looks like it should be bit. But it doesn't need to be. Oh, you're so cute. Yeah, you just want good scritches. Oh. You done? You're all good? Not yet. Not yet. I'm trying to move the camera back so you can actually see her instead of just to the back of her fluff. But, she's not in the best position at the moment. Yeah. Oh. You look so silly, baby. You do. Oh, please do not show your butt on stream. Oh, ma'am. 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 That's not Twitch appropriate. Oh, you gonna go back? No, not yet. Yeah. God, you're so big. How did this happen? You're a baby. You're barely a year old. No. No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am. You don't get to have Dr. Pepper. There you go. She's settling down finally. Yeah. Oh, I know. You want Dr. Pepper so badly. My wonderful little void kitty. Yeah. it's so funny because Mia's favorite spot to be scratched is she likes belly scratches. But Marjorie only wants you to pet her head. She'll accept back scratches sometimes, but she only wants face scratches. And she doesn't want you to just like gently scratch her. If you're not like shoving her around, you're not petting her hard enough for some reason. Oh, don't sniff the paint. You don't want that. Sorry, baby. You don't want that. I promise you. I thought at first, the first time I heard her purr, that she had a breathing problem, and I got really scared until I realized that she was just purring. I thought she had a medical issue. I was so scared. Oh my god. And it turns out you're just weird like that, aren't you? Can I have your paw? Can I have your paw, baby? No, I can't have your paw. Rude. Can I have your paw? Oh. How dare I? Oh, no, don't bump that. Ma'am. Oh, she's gone. Cat asked for the road. Thank you, baby. I love you too. Oh, goodness. Welcome back. I hope you had fun. You just missed cat time. I'm so sorry. But here's this lovely picture I just took of Marjorie just earlier in the stream. She's being a silly girl. She tried to drink my Dr. Pepper. No Dr. Pepper for kitties. Yeah, oh my god. On stream, it always looks like she's just all black, but she's got like a bunch of colors in her fur. It's so pretty. When she sits in sunlight, it turns like this really pretty russet brown too. It is. It's very soft. Oh my gosh. Mia, unfortunately, has like a fur texture that mats up really easily, and is like really, really thin, but it is possibly the softest cat fur I've ever touched in my life. And Marjorie is a close second. I did not open any on stream, but I am about to get up and get one to open on stream. I had them before stream, I'm so sorry. Oh, do you have to disinfect yourself, baby, now that I pet you? I feel like I should be vaguely offended by my cats immediately cleaning themselves after I pet them. I practically only drink Dr. Pepperwood. I'll sometimes have Coke or Pepsi, but I don't really like them as much. They used to all three taste the same to me, and then Pepsi started tasting sweeter than the other two, and now I can't really pinpoint the differences between the three, but now they all taste different, and I only really like Dr. Pepper. Also, why is my model all frowny? It's all good. Okay, I think it was just calibrating. It is like dark soda colored in the sunlight. It's really funny. I'm gonna have to calibrate again. Why is it so frowny? Is it because I'm frowning because I'm drawing a picture of a character that's frowning? Is that what's happening again? Is it the brain thing with drawing a particular expression? It happens to me all the time. I had to stop drawing like super serious characters in public because I already have a raging case of resting bitch face, but it gets so much worse when I'm drawing a character that's an angry character. Yeah. I love her fur so much. She was all black when I first got her, with no like variation in the fur, and the picture of her that was on the breeder's website that I saw, it was just the most scrunkly little kitten I've ever seen, and I fell in love instantly. I was like, that's the one. I know it in my heart. Isn't that right, baby? She got attached really quickly. I was nervous that she wouldn't like it or like something would make her uncomfortable. But I think it took her like 3 days to be comfortable living here. It was great. I personally gave up on it, and instead, because like I was super socially anxious for so long, what instead happened was I got so used to talking to people online, I changed my tone of voice, and like tried to put as much drama into it as possible to make sure people understood that everything's fine, I'm happy, it's all good, everything good here. And that's like kind of translated into real life, because when I do change that tone on purpose, I do tend to smile more. But I have no doubt there has been at least one point in time where I've looked like just incredibly pissed off, but I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm good, everything's fine. And then I look like I hate the person. I feel really bad about it. But it's true, everything's fine. My face just came like that. Don't mind the colors on here, by the way. I know you just came back. These are just me doing base colors to split everything up. This is the character I'm drawing, by the way. You are cleaning yourself so loudly, Meow. I mean, no one's ever mentioned it beyond like my dad laughing about my sister and I having resting bitch face, but in like a teasing way, not in a mean way. So I imagine everything's fine. But it does not rest my fear that everything's not fine. Yeah, I was like, oh, this is a cool design. I'm excited to draw this. Are you done cleaning yourself? No, you're still doing it. Are you like having trouble reaching or something, Marjorie? What's taking you so long? Maybe she's just a finicky cat. I know Mia was like super finicky about her fur. She was cleaning herself so often that her fur was like slightly oily because of it. It was kind of gross. We had to like distract her by petting her to get her to stop. Yeah, exactly. Are you all good now? No, you're getting the other side now. Or are you getting your tail? I think she's getting her tail now. Silly, silly girl. See, I would point the camera at her, but when I tried to point the camera at her earlier, you could not see her. She just faded into the darkness. All you could see was her eyes when she turned and faced the camera. Oh no. It wasn't like saliva, it like changed her fur texture a bit. Especially when she got stressed. If she got stressed, she had like super oily fur. But she just started cleaning herself way too much. And we were like, is there something we can do about this? And the vet was like, no, not really. It's behavioral. So I'm keeping an eye on Marjorie just in case, but she seems fine so far. I'm also keeping an eye on Mia, because her fur texture has changed a little bit recently. I think she's just stressed because Marjorie keeps annoying the shit out of her. But I think if I get like a couple more scratching posts, like I got the new one, I think that will help. It is really funny, they keep playing King of the Hill with the fucking scratching post. I will turn around and one of them will always be staring at the other, sitting on the scratching post. At all times. Yeah, I'm gonna get up in a second. I'm gonna get that Dr. Pepper, and I'm also gonna sneeze. I'm all sniffly. Frickin' spring. Alright, I'll be right back.
You're fine. I'm just getting up for a second. Did you get the spot? Did you get it?
Mia's current favorite place is napping on my work bag. Hope that came through crisp. Something Dr. Pepper ASMR. I think 90% of this is the same color, and I don't have to worry about it that hard. The wild thing is, like, I don't purposely make opening Dr. Pepper sound that crisp. It just happens. And I'm so happy it does. If I knew how to do it on purpose, I would do it on purpose. But I don't know how to do it on purpose. It just happens. Thank you! It took a lot of work to get here. I don't know if you've seen my previous art style that I used to work with a lot. I shouldn't have any images on here, but I need to worry about. I think I could go here. Where's a good example? Here we go. It's Kira. You can see the difference here. This is my lineless style. My boba style. Versus my Kiki style. This was the style I worked with the longest time. And then I wanted to experiment because I was having trouble. I was running into a bit of art block, which was quite a surprise for me. I'm not somebody who typically runs into strains with my art because I just kind of keep going. It's the best way I can describe it. But I was playing around and I drew this. Why is this doing weird things? Why did it resize? Air server, what are you doing? Air server's doing something weird. Hang on. Oh, it's not letting me change any settings. Why is it small like that? Anyways, I was playing around. I have this sort of like distinct harsh line style when I'm doing gesture sketches, which I do quite often to figure out poses. And I was like, I'm gonna experiment and see what I can do with that for line art, because I really do like that kind of line art style and that sort of coloring style. And I made this and I was like, oh my god, I need to pursue this. I need to see what I can do with this. And so I did some practice art. This one was one for Noodle. This is one of Noodle's characters. And then I did some Infinity, or not Infinity Nikki, I did some Shining Nikki characters. This is Lilith from Shining Nikki. And then this is Lunar from Love Nikki. And then Nikki and Kimi. But yeah, I was practicing with that. And then I started doing stuff like my emotes and stuff. And then this stuff for the recent animatic. Like here's one of the tarot cards from it, which, oh, I loved the tarot cards. They were so fun. If you would like art from me, I do have a VGen. I do take commissions, but I do not take requests. I can link you my VGen if you would like it. But I'm unfortunately, I'm often very busy. I do have a full-time job on top of streaming, and outside of streaming, I'm typically working on large art projects already. So I can't really take things on unless I'm being paid for it. I think VGen is one of the commands you can do, actually. Let me double check that I have that set up. I thought I set it up, but I could have forgotten. No, I forgot! I'll link it, that's fine. That is one I should have set up. I do have a couple commissions in my queue already that I need to get through. I'll probably do them after this raffle art, and then I'll start working on the gifts. Yeah, but that's pretty rare, and I usually only do like doodles for that. It's a lot rarer than you might think. Some people are like really locked into the way my brain works in particular. usually when that happens, it's the kind of thing where, like, I get the idea in the moment and I know I can accomplish it within, like, 30 minutes to an hour. But whenever I'm doing, like, commission work and stuff like that, like, I want to put some real effort into it. It usually, like, this one, it was, 4 hours yesterday? It's gonna probably be another 4 hours today. We're already at 3. So that's 7 hours of work. Approximately. There was, of course, things happening during both streams that were distracting. Not to mention time taken planning out the picture beforehand, before I even got on stream. I was thinking of thumbnails in my brain. And any finishing touches I do after stream. Because I always do a few after stream after I look at it the next day. Oh, I missed a spot. Where did I miss? Aha. Oh wait, there are multiple shades of gray there. Dang it. That's fine. I can do it all in one layer. I did not realize. I might change the line art color for this. This is my line art color for Ambrosia stories. But I feel like this guy might need a different one, maybe a bluer one. I know we joke about the curse of blue, but blue is a good color. I might need to take a moment to think about it, though. Yeah. I am cursed by blue. For sure. Absolutely. Beyond just, like, the model thing, which I do think is very funny still, I was haunted by it throughout my childhood. And then, in, like, games and stuff that I play, whenever I'm trying to find, like, cosmetic items I like, I swear to God, there's never enough purple. And all the blue items are really good. And it's just like, I like blue. Blue's a good color. I don't want to be blue all the time. I want to be pink. I want to be pink and I want to be a cool guy when I'm pink. I'm trying to move my chair a little bit. There's a dog that is very excited about something outside right now. I don't know if you guys can hear him barking. I think it's the same dog that barks at me whenever I go get the mail. It scared the shit out of me the first couple of times. I was like, oh god, this dog's gonna come bite me, but no, it was fine. Oh no! I will trade you. I will trade you everything. You can have all my blue items. I'll take all your purple. Only Only if you want to, though, of course. It's so annoying though, cause like, especially for like anything gaming, your choices are gamer green, gamer red, gamer blue, understandable RGB, and then girly pastel pink. And I have nothing against girly pastel pink. I do love a good pink keyboard, but I want purple. I have no preference if it's like girly pastel purple or if it's cool guy purple. Doesn't matter to me. I just want purple. Or like an eye-searing bright magenta. I'm always down for an eye-searing bright magenta as well. Like this one. That I have as one of my, my temporary colors. I do want to get another color in this palette other than the monochrome. Cause I don't mind monochrome, but I just feel like it makes the monochrome feeling stronger when there's like just a slight tinge of color, is the best way I can describe it. Yeah, that's my favorite. Fun fact. I don't think, let me double check, cause I have the hex code on Ambrosia's Toy House page. I don't know if it was originally this color, but I won't lie, 9 times out of 10 when I'm coloring Ambrosia, it wasn't originally, it is not quite, but is very close to the boob 69 hex code. Which is the best purple / magenta. I think it was blue. Yeah, it is blue. I was thinking blue, but I might want to do 2 colors. Have the blue as one side and then something to contrast against the blue. Because blue as well, like, it gives like a really nice cold feeling to monochrome. But I'm gonna have this really bright red apple as like the focus point. So I kind of want something to lean into that color as well, but not too much. Like, I don't want the other color to be a pink or a red. I think that's gonna be too strong. Red tends to be a really strong color. But I want something to like lean into that side. Maybe a yellow. Add into something to the skin tone, possibly. I'm not sure. Let me think on that a little bit. Let me get the red in for the apple too. I'll probably change the apple color later. I just want to have that color in there to be able to mess with. I need to add gradients to everything too still. And I should add the eye color in as well. That's most of the base tones in. There's a few things missing, like the black on the triangles. But let me lean back and think about this one. Also, I need to type something real quick. One moment. Oh, everything is a gradient. I'll show you the difference, actually, and why I use gradients so much in my stuff. Just a moment though. I need to type a thing. because I'm thinking. Because, like, even the eye color is, like, really desaturated. I could lean into that, but it might be a little bit on the nose. I do actually, you know what, maybe I won't change the line art, now that I have all the base colors in, and I've had a moment to look away, so I could type the thing. Because it does work well with that blue, and it is a good contrast to the red. It's like a mid-purpley blue, and purple is the best color to shade red with, if you don't know, at least in my opinion. But I'm a big fan of purple, so I know, you would never have guessed. Alright, let me copy all of these colors into a different thing, so I can give you a side by side. Hey, don't hate on banana yellow. Banana yellow is a good color too. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yeah. I might need to tone this down. Let me look at this character again. Because they kind of have the vibes of, like, one of those, like, sickly villain characters where they're supposed to look like they're dead inside. So I don't want to put too much into their skin tone. But I want to put a little bit at least. I might add some blues as well. Skin tone is weird, especially when you're like used to like drawing a lot of like anime character type of thing, and you try to go back and look at actual gradients in skin tones, and then you're like, what do you mean you put lime green and bright blues and pinks and all of these colors? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've been trying to remember the other character other than Overhaul that this was reminding me of. Shiragaki is absolutely the other. I can't say his name. I always stumble over it. Handyman. Shiggy, yes, good. Perfect. I do want to put some cool tones into the hair for sure. Because this is a slight warm gray. And it'll really contrast well. And this is just the initial gradient. I usually do a couple of things, so I like your basic highlight, your basic shadow layers, and then I have the gradient layer, and then on top of that I might do additional things depending on the drawing. This one I kind of want to go hard on contrast with. I feel like that'll really add to it. But the gradients themselves I feel like should always be very subtle. They should add something, but they shouldn't like take away from the main color scheme too much. Oops. I don't know why my color wheel does that sometimes. That's a perfect world to be in. Incredible. I keep adding more artists to my YouTube page and it's great. For a good while there, because like all the artists I used to follow, which I still do follow on YouTube, I don't subscribe to practically anyone, but they all started not posting art, and I was really sad because I love watching time lapses and stuff like that. So now I have to add more artists. Because it was all just video games for so long, and it's just like, look, I love watching Let's Plays and people play silly little detection games and stuff like that, but I'm here for art. Show me all the art. Yeah! I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you and Furnace too. Everyone that keeps posting art, it's so exciting. I think a lot of people who are not artists and who don't interact with artists a lot forget the amount of effort it takes to just learn to draw. It is very much a skill, and it's very much, I don't want to say it's a difficult skill, but it's one that takes a lifetime to master. And so few people outside of art communities understand that. Yeah, I loved the doodles yesterday too on Noodle and Bag's stream. They were so fun. I was trying to think of something else to add before I dropped out of the canvas, but I couldn't think of anything other than Gremlin. There was already a crab. I had nothing more to add. I love Gremlin mode Ambrosia. I've been trying so hard to like find a chibi art style. It's really hard. I don't understand how people do it. Cause like most chibi styles I see is just the person's same art style and like same level of effort, but the character has like a big head and big eyes, and I'm just like, what do you mean this is easier? This looks just as hard to draw to me. If not harder, because now you have a whole new style of like proportions to figure out. But now I have my Gremlin style, and I think that's good enough. It just works. Who's pinging me on Discord? Oh, I see. I keep getting random pings from Dai's Discord. I'm never certain if it's another one from him. Honestly, I think that's the way to go. If a chibi style is too annoying to figure out, just like some sort of silly doodle style is good. once I get a little more comfortable with my gremlin style, I think I'll probably offer like silly doodle commissions with them. I think I need to merge these two layers. Yeah. And then I need to have this reference up so I can see all the layers of darkness. No, not that one. Where's my chat window? There it is. There we go. Let me think about those, because this is like... They've got a few fabric textures happening here. Some of this is leather, some of this is really shiny leather, and some of this is more like a soft fabric texture based on how this is drawn. For the leather, I think I want to add more blue to it, given how I highlighted the hair already. Yeah. It's like a really sharp gradient, which I will do with actual highlighting later. For now, it's gonna be a very soft gradient still. I'm on my way. Oh my gosh! 10 out of 10! Incredible! Look at them! Oh, precious bean. My favorite kinds of loafs from cats are long-haired cats that look like a rug when they loaf. Oh, they're so cute. Every animal's so cute. How wonderful it is that we're on this earth with so many wonderfully cute animals. I need a soft gradient for the fabric part as well, but I want it to be a little softer. They're like typical vampire fangs. It's both top and bottom. I think this model only has top fangs. I usually draw them with both though. Literally when I was going through like Ambrosia's like story things, like why do they have all the details in their design that they do? Like 90% of it is the bit where they become a remnant. the the only things they changed about themselves when they were trying to turn themselves into a fairy, they added wings and they changed their ears. Everything else has a different cause. I should put a side by side of human student Ambrosia and post everything happening Ambrosia. And notably, I haven't talked about this too much because I haven't gotten to like the nitty gritty of stuff yet. But it's not like 100% conscious. But when a person does become a remnant, it is based off of like their perception of themselves and like what they would want to become, or who they would want to be. Some people, when they become a remnant, and it also depends on like the strength of the remnant and stuff like that. There's varying types and all of that jazz. But for people who are like who become humanoid remnants, there are some people that barely change at all. You wouldn't even notice unless you looked deeply into their eyes. Yes, that is a thing. Or if you had some way of sensing their alignment, which is another whole spiel. And then there's other people where it's just like, oh, you had a thing happen to you for sure. It didn't start out this way on purpose, but I realized that it was happening along the lines of writing my storyverse. But there's a lot in my storyverse about just like the perception of yourself and the way people perceive you, and also just like the perception of communication, which is why I will still keep my very heavily logic-based magic language, despite people complaining that's not the important bit of a story. Also, yeah, like, there's a lot of benefits if you can wrap your head around lassoed art. Like, there's a lot of benefits to it. I'm so glad you tried it out. It definitely takes, like, a little bit of getting used to. Hey, you don't need lore. It's okay. You don't have to be me. I am a Tolkien style of writer where I have a backlog of 10 years worth of writing of lore that all got just grandfathered into the Ambrosia storyline. You don't be me. Don't be me. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. See, I thought I was keeping it simple by keeping everything in my storyverse into one storyverse. I was wrong for that. I, in fact, made it more complicated. I see. I understand that. I think for me, my original persona was an accidental one. And in Ambrosia's case, I just got attached to making lore for them and not stopping. I think that, like, the important thing is, like, you can have a persona, and that character doesn't have to be you. Like, they don't have to be one-to-one you. They can just be a representation of yourself, or a representation of something that you enjoy, and they just also happen to be the character you use to portray yourself. That's what Ambrosia is. To an extent, they have a very similar personality to me, but there's a lot of things about the character Ambrosia that are specifically things that I might find as positives in myself, but I think more extremely things that I see as negative traits that I personally have, that I have just pushed to an extreme in Ambrosia's characterization, because I think that's a fun way to explore it, and I think that's a fun way to do introspection on myself, but I also think it makes them a more interesting character if I just amp everything up to 2000. Cause like, it's one thing if they're just like a little bit of a bitter person and a little bit of a jealous person, and such and like that. But it's another thing if they're such a jealous, bitter person that they say, I'm gonna do unethical science on myself to turn myself into the thing I want to be. it adds a sort of je ne sais, or whatever the word is, to it, you know? Because, like, personally, I have a little bit of gender dysphoria, but I don't have the kind of gender dysphoria Ambrosia had. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, some streamers make it a huge deal, other ones don't really. I think I like the way Kamui does it. Kamui is always my example because, correct me if I'm wrong again, I'm pretty sure I'm using this term correctly. He is my Oshi. He is like my ideal of streaming. I take a lot of tips from both him and Daishima, whether he realizes it or not. I know Dai does. Because Dai is the one that comes into my stream and tells me to correct everything. 10 out of 10. But, like, it can, like, shape the way that you do, like, your setup and stuff, but it doesn't have to be the way that you stream. Honestly, in my personal opinion, unless lore is, like, the thing you're doing for your stream, like I'm doing it, it's a nice touch, but people are gonna show up for you and your personality. Thank you for giving me my hat back. Thank you. Very important. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what your model is. It doesn't really matter what your lore is. It's gonna matter if people care about your personality. Kami Oshi! Wait, that's so cute! I am going to use that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's a reason I have the sub streak I do in his channel. One of these days, I'm gonna get him to help me narrate something for story time. One of these fucking days, I'm gonna get him in here. I've already invited him to it. Like years ago, I was like, hey, at some point, can I drag you into my story time bullshit? Snowshy! Oh, that's so good! Puns may be blasphemous, but they are the best, truly.
Isn't that right, baby? Welcome back. Baby, you've got a fuzzy on your face. Can I get that? Yeah. Hi. I don't recall inviting you back up here, baby.
I think I've seen a couple of them, but I'm always down to have somebody's emote spammed into my channel so I can see them. I should redo the ones I did for Kamui at some point. Because I like them, but I could do them better now. I've learned so many lessons. This one's also technically one that I did, but it's from the model that I copied. These are my Kamui emotes. Understandable. If Kamui released merch, which I don't think he has yet, I would know about it. I would get it in a heartbeat. Oh, understandable. I think I just heard poor Miss Mia have a hairball. Let me check on her real quick. Because I don't think she's been feeling well recently.
Are you okay, baby?
Hi. just heard their water bowl. Sometimes it makes a weird noise. She's fine. She was napping. She, like, leaned back and stretched really big, was like, what are you looking at? I'm fine. Oh, I'm so excited. Ooh, look at you go. I need to catch up on your server. I looked in your server, Noodle, when I first joined, and I got overwhelmed immediately. I feel bad because I know my server is very small and limited because of the channels that I have in there, but I know myself, and I know if I add too many channels, I will hurt my brain. No, it is good! It's so good! You cannot convince me that wasn't a good animation. That was great. Look, it's okay if you have to add things and fix things and change things. That doesn't mean the original version isn't good. Oh, I see. Never mind. I understand. I'm so ready to throw down when people are like, no, my art's not that good. Wrong. It is good. No, I feel like Discord servers are always going to be different depending on who's running them. I'm just somebody who has to keep it simple, or I hurt myself. Yeah. It'll get there. Animation's hard. It takes time to learn. Okay, I think I got all my gradients in. I'm gonna change the background, because I do want to show why I have these gradients, like I said earlier. Because, like, this is with gradients, this is without gradients. And it's a very, very subtle difference. And you might not be able to see it easily, and that's okay. But it adds so much, even before I get to the actual shading and coloring and stuff. Like, this is just step one. When I started doing the... Oh my goodness, that could have been a disaster. Holy shit. When I started doing these gradients, I started gaining a new appreciation for people who do art that looks simple on the surface, but has quite a number of layers put into it. Because I was like, oh, I see now, like, a lot of these techniques with color are very, very, very subtle, and you won't notice them at first glance, and that's on purpose. Yeah, like, I feel like those things are not, what's the word? They're not mutually exclusive from each other. You can do both of those things. It just depends on what you're going for. Like, obviously you don't have to. I'm not trying to sell you on doing this kind of style. Just explaining why I do it. Cause, like, I'm gonna have the actual shading be like a really sharp contrast too for this. Understandable. I think I mentioned this yesterday. I know I mentioned it during debut stream, but the art program I work in used to have a very strict layer limit, and it still does actually technically have a layer limit. So I got used to working in as few layers as possible. Like, I used to work in a larger canvas size, and I think my layer limit was somewhere between 12 and 18. Yes, it's sketchbook. Yeah, it was like between 12 and 18 layers at the time, and I just learned, like, how to figure out the best way to decide, like, when a layer was good enough for me to start merging it. Now I thankfully don't have that very, very harsh layer limit, but I still have a bit of one. But it usually doesn't affect me at the file sizes I work in. It's only if I'm doing something big, like when I was working on my VTuber models, that it becomes a problem. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was real fucking bad. When I say I have a toxic relationship with this art program, I am not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form. Oh, I forgot. I needed that layer for my alpha layer. Whoopsie. Did I get everything? I think I did. Yes. I ignored the apple on purpose. That's understandable, especially if you have a particularly painterly style. It's good to save copies of your work just in case. Especially, like, sometimes when I'm sketching or doing line art, I'll, like, draw it one way, and if I haven't decided if I like it or not, I will save that layer and then redraw the thing a couple of times, until I figure out, like, which variation I want. And sometimes, like, I'll copy things from multiple variations of those and then combine them into one final thing. It's so nice not having a layer limit anymore. It was so bad. It was dire. I don't know how I managed. I think if you look at some of my earlier art in my lineless style, you can see a lot of shakiness in certain areas simply just because it was so difficult to go back and fix things, because I would have to paint on top of them, and I wouldn't have like my fancy layers for well, I say fancy layers. I didn't have alpha masking at that point in time. They fixed the layer limit before they fixed, or they gave us alpha masking. Don't use Sketchbook, find something else. If you're gonna be on an iPad, use Procreate. Use a proper art program. I can't in good conscience recommend this to someone, except for very, very specific kinds of people. It's honestly not a bad thing. Like, I know, like, another meme in, like, the art community is not naming layers, but, like, 9 times out of 10, you don't really need to do that. Like, there's no point to it. Unless you're some crazy person who has to make 500 layers for something. You just typically don't need it. And if you're duplicating a lot of layers, I think that would be probably a time you might do it. But even then, like, you just have to check each layer real quick. Understandable. I might one day move to Procreate for my iPad drawing. I sometimes use Clip Studio to do certain things on desktop, but I don't really draw on desktop. I do have my screen tablet, and I feel bad that I don't use it as much as I thought I would. But drawing on an iPad has just become really easy. Do not. No. Apologies, I had a cat try to knock over my Dr. Pepper can. You know what, I shouldn't be surprised. We literally just talked about Excel artists earlier. Yes, I use an Apple Pen. What the heck? What? Fire Alpaca. That's what I hear a lot. That's an animation program, isn't it? Or am I thinking of a different one? I've heard both of those be used before Noodle. I don't think those are particularly cursed, unless they're like really outdated or something, but I've never used them personally, so I wouldn't be able to say for sure. Yeah, she started pawing at my Dr. Pepper can. She was gonna knock it over. That's understandable, yeah, I get that. I know the power in both Procreate and Clip Studio Paint is simply just the power of the community. Like, the tools themselves are very powerful on their own as well. Especially Procreate's, well, Procreate has a few things in it that make it extremely useful, tool-wise, but it's also just, like, how expansible the brush settings are in both of those programs, and what you can do with that. And in Clip Studio in particular, the 3D assets, I know Procreate has it now, but I think Clip Studio, especially just the load times with it and stuff too, it's very, very efficient with 3D models. Hey Lithane, welcome in. How's it going? Understandable. I don't have a line delay. Wait. Do you use what's it called? This thing. No, not that thing. No, not thing. What's the name for it? What it's called in every other program. Line stabilizer. Do you use line stabilizer? Is that why? Because I don't experience delays with Sketchbook unless I'm using a stabilizer, and I usually don't use a stabilizer. I don't know if it's default. My settings have been ported over through like 25 different versions of Sketchbook, so I could not tell you if these things are on by default. But like, this is the newer steady stroke. That's brand new. The one you probably experienced was this, which slightly changes it, and I think sometimes like drags it behind a little bit when you're doing it. Let me also real quick, so the way mine is set up, if I go into preferences, I have pin mode on, which means it ignores my hand unless I'm tapping on menu items. But if I turn this off, I can then draw with my hand. And yeah, you can really see the like snapping there. Because if I turn that off, this is me drawing, like there's no lag there for me. So it's interesting that you mentioned that to me. Nope, not gallery. Oh, not that. Pin mode, please. It took me about 10 seconds to get annoyed with my hand making markings on the picture with pin mode off. I turned that shit on as fast as I could find it. But that is interesting. Of all the programs I've had with all the problems I've had with Sketchbook, lag has not necessarily been one of them, other than me lagging out the program because I had too many layers open. And I think that one was a me problem and not the application. Oh wait, no, there's the other thing. So, I only use my iPad for drawing, really. I mean, I technically have a couple of games on here, but I just use it for drawing. And I learned very hilariously that because I would just simply leave Sketchbook open all of the time and I would never close it, I left it open long enough that it started lagging and having weird shit happen purely because it had been open for like a month straight. So I fully closed the program, and then I think I restarted my iPad and then opened it up again, and everything was fine. And I was like, okay, maybe I should contact support about this. And I did, and they're like, yeah, that's a known problem. You just have to close and reopen it. It's fine. Which is understandable. Yeah. I think what it is when you close Sketchbook, it resets the undo. I think it's the cache for the undo or something like that that's causing it. It builds up so much that it's like, please, I beg you, put me out of my fucking misery. It's probably a mixture of that and also something to do with how it records when it screen records. Because I think if I leave the screen recording on for too long too, it also starts lagging out, which is understandable. That's a lot of data for any sort of piece of technology to hold on for too long. It doesn't automatically save them. I have to turn on this button up here for a time lapse. But when you have that time lapse button on, it just keeps going forever. I usually have to take a moment and pause it every now and then and start a new recording, because the way I transfer files from my iPad to my desktop is usually through Dropbox, and I only have a free plan from Dropbox. So if I go over like 15-minute time lapses through Sketchbook, Dropbox gets real mad about that.
Oh, I hear a kitty. Hi, welcome back. Are you upset because I sprayed you with the water bottle?
Don't knock over my fucking drink then, baby. Silly little brats. Now that I have a hand cam, it might be interesting to record a time lapse where you can actually see me drawing with my pen rather than just the native recording. Because then you can see all the like gesturing I'm doing. You can see the awful way that I hold. I have like a death grip on my iPad stand. Here, actually, I'll show that because I have the cam set up at the moment. Let me just move a couple things. I'm so glad I found this particular stand for the iPad, which is why I keep trying to shill it towards people, because I have the most awful posture when it comes to art. Oh, it's bad. It's real bad. Here we go. Turn you back on. I think I'll have to raise this up a little bit, actually. Like, my shrimping is pretty bad on its own, but it's not even that. I'll show you what the problem was. I'll grab my old iPad, because it was worse with this one. For those who don't know, my most darling Marjorie, love of my life, was the cause of my previous iPad shattering. And I was supremely distraught because it was in the middle of me working on a big animatic. And I had to rush and get a new one. I've had this iPad for so long that they no longer have a lot of like stock of parts to be able to fix it. I called the guy. I was just like, what would it take to get the screen on this fixed? And he said, you would have to wait at least a week for me to get the parts in. And I'm like, oh god, that's... Yeah, I knew it was gonna be bad. I didn't think it would be that bad. Cause like, I don't wanna like say too much of where I live specifically, but I live in an area where typically like maybe not everything specialized you could get immediately, but a decent amount of things you would be able to find like a place to get. Pretty old. No. I don't remember which generation it is, but it's old enough that I have a Gen 1 iPad pencil. Which, those are no longer compatible with current generations of iPads in the slightest. Let me turn on that Elgato. And rotate it, because we'll actually be in a different... Excuse me. Now I'm burping everywhere. And I want to flip that again, I think. Oops. There we go. This is the orientation I'm at. Goodbye, temporary image of Marjorie. I'll put that in the corner. So, this is my previous iPad with my old case on it. And the way I would hold this, you can kind of, oh, you can't even see the cracks. There's like huge cracks along the side here. Oh, you can see it if I angle it right. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see them. So this was the stand that I used with it, but you can kind of see that it kind of leans back a little bit too far. So what I would do is, this hole in the back, I would put my hand through like this, pretty much, and I would sit it on my hand, and my hand would literally fall asleep, and I'd have like those marks when you sit on like a leather couch for too long on my hand. I think I was cutting off my circulation, honestly, in my left hand. It was pretty bad. So I recognized that was a problem, and I should do something to fix that, because I was definitely hurting myself. So I found this stand that I currently use. This is my current iPad, but I found this stand, recommended. It's a little dirty at the moment, I'm sorry. And it's nice, because the adjustment on it, I'm not sponsored, by the way, but if these guys want to sponsor me, they can send me like $20 and I will happily show for them. It's a slidey thing that you can lock just about everywhere on this, which is so nice. Genuinely so nice. Like, the level of adjustment on it, and it's very comfortable to use. But what I will tend to do is I will grab it right here and hold it right there while I'm drawing, because as much as I do have it at the like correct position for myself, I don't know, I just have to have a death grip on something when I'm drawing for some reason. I think it's just instinctual at this point, but you can see what I'm looking at now. This is my pen. These new pens are very strange to me. They feel strange to hold. I don't know why. They're perfectly fine. But they do feel strange to me. Let's see. Well, thank you, Marjorie, for your lovely cat hair. We're putting on a great show for everyone. This is a good opportunity for me to actually describe a couple of things I think would be very useful, especially for newer artists. When you're getting into art, don't try as much as you can to not draw from the wrist. You're gonna do some things from the wrist no matter what. It's just gonna happen. It's unavoidable, I think. But as much as possible, you want to be drawing from your elbow and your shoulder. You want to be moving with those rather than your wrist. There's some limitations to that movement for sure, and there's just going to be some things where you have to draw from your wrist to get that precision that you need. But as someone who gets significant wrist pains quite often, if I draw for too long, And for so long I was getting wrist pains. I have my brace, yeah. I can't use like a full brace, but I'll wear like a compression sleeve like this sometimes. I, for like the past year, have not needed to wear any sort of compression thing, or like I do stretches and stuff, but I haven't had like extreme pain in my wrist anymore because I've tried to learn to draw from my elbow and stuff. Yeah, it's a little trippy. You can see the like slight delay too from my iPad transferring to my computer because I'm doing this through. Oh, hold on. Where is it? That's not the right thing. Close. For the love of God. I'm doing it through screen mirroring. So there's just a slight delay there. This is fun though. I should do this more often. I like having two perspectives. I think it shows a lot when you can see exactly how somebody's drawing. But yeah, especially for these longer lines, it's so useful to learn to draw from the elbow. Your wrist, ligaments, and muscles and everything, they're so delicate. Be kind to them.
What do you think about that, Marjorie? Are you mad at me still?
I suppose you could be mad at me. I did spray you with water, but you deserved it. You tried to knock my drink over. I think something that's very funny about my art style is there are certain lines I can only draw from certain directions, so I have to rotate the entire canvas. Like, if I'm trying to draw a line this way, 9 times out of 10, I have to flip the canvas and draw the line this way. Depending on what I'm trying to do with the line. Just because I've learned to like draw lines upwards one way and draw lines downwards one way. It's so weird, isn't it? It's really frustrating too when I go back to doing traditional art and I'm trying to do the lines that way. Like I took a picture of it and I sent it in the Discord of me practicing with where is it? With these, yeah. And like I was trying to practice line weight, and like I think it's a little hard to see just because it's small on stream, but I can tell you like how difficult it was to get some of these lines to work the way they do, and especially on these circles. Like there's certain edges where I simply could not get it to be the exact width I wanted it to be because of the way that I hold my pen, I think even. I think a really helpful thing to practice though is these like swirls, because I was trying to get the line weight to be consistent every time I did the swirl. But yeah, I've been practicing with these brush pens. These are really cool brush pens. I'm not sure I would recommend them to everyone. I think they're in this pencil pouch. But they are a lot of fun. These ones are kurotake. These feel very similar to using Copics. It's like a mixture of using a Copic and a watercolor brush. And these, I would say, most people could probably use just fine. They do have a strong smell. I opened it up and immediately got hit with that lovely alcohol chemical smell. But the one I'm struggling with is this one. And it's really interesting. It's a very fine tip brush, but it's like actually I think it's actually a brush. It's hard to show on stream, I won't lie. But if I look closely at it, like I can see individual hairs in it. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's a very finicky one. But I want to learn how to use it because you can do so much with line weight when you have proper tools like this, or like if you use like a proper, like, not a calligraphy pen, but like a manga inking pen that has like one of those calligraphy tips on it. And I need to learn. I need to figure it out. I want to have that line weight in my traditional art without having to go over the page a bazillion times. Like, where's the one where I did that in here? Is it in this one? It might be in the other one. That's more practice. I think it might be in the other one. This one? I'm trying to find the drawing I did of Astra and Glade. I don't remember which sketchbook it's in. Oh, here's a good example of it. Like, all of the line weight I did on this, I had to keep going over and over and over. Or wait, did I use the... No, I used the eyeliner on that one too. Dang it! Where's the one that I didn't do it on? Hold on. There's another sketchbook in here somewhere. Oh my god, I'm fine, I swear. I'm not dying. I just got really excited. Where the hell did I put it? Marjorie, did you eat my sketchbook? I swear to god, it is in this fucking room. Where did I put it? I keep hiding things from myself, and it's really annoying. Did I put it? Is it in the other room? It can't be in the other room. The only one that goes in the other room is the one I put in my work bag, and that's this one at the moment. You wouldn't have eaten my sketchbook, right, darling? No, you would. If you could, you would. Yeah! You wouldn't. That's right, Leslie. Is it under here? Oh, it was under here. I found it. Thank you. Traditional art is its own beast. But even if you're a digital artist, I highly recommend every now and then taking the time to practice traditional art. Not to get necessarily better at art, but for one, at least in my opinion, you kind of lose a little bit of touch with yourself if you don't work on something that's like physical after a while. Like for me, I don't tend to get a lot of art block, but there are points in time where I have to step back and go, I need to stop working on digital art. I need to do something with my hands that has texture and like grit to it, almost. So I'll go back to traditional art for a bit. That's why I'll get distracted and do like painting projects and stuff in the middle of important animatics for large events that have a harsh deadline. It was important to my mental health. And that's not a joke, that's genuine. But like here you can see like the thicker lines versus the thinner lines. This was all done with the same marker. I think it was not the micron ones. Do I have? I think they're all in my pencil pouch. I mean, microns are still like a good equivalent. Basically, tiny marker type. These are my favorite to work with. They all have a consistent line width, but you can get ones that are teeny tiny. I'm going to have to zoom in for you to see this one. Sorry, I'm covering myself up. I'm behind here, I promise. This is possibly one of my favorites. This one hurts my wrist when I use it because it is so fucking tiny. You cannot even see that tip on stream. Maybe if I focus this. it does not want to focus. Oh wait, oh wait. Yeah, there you go. You see that little teeny tiny black dot on the end of it? That's the marker tip. It's so tiny, but it's such a great like liner for very, very tiny details. Like, oh my gosh, that's a pin. Not one I would recommend to everyone, because it is very, very annoying to use this. If you're gonna use a fine liner, 0.5 millimeters, 0.2 millimeters, 0.1 millimeters, these are all good. These all work very well. This is 0.5. This is 0.2. 0.2 is nice for like your main lines. These ones are very, very fancy Copic ones. You don't need these. You don't need these. I'm a big fan of Copic and I use Copic a lot. Copic is overpriced and it heavily relies on its brand name. You don't need Copic. There are plenty of alternatives out here. Here's what are these? These are also Copic. One of the colored multi-liners. This is... That's Copic. Where's the... Micron is one that a lot of people like, and I can definitely recommend them. They have equivalent sizes, pretty much. What's the other one I have in here? Is it in my pen pouch? Honestly, you could get away with using fucking Sharpies if you wanted to. Oh, all of these are just Copics. I have a problem. Yeah, it is so tiny. But it's, when I need to do something that's really tinily detailed, it's worth it. Cause like, even just looking at my doodles in here, like let me find a good page with them. Yeah, that's a good page. Like even looking at these, here's a ruler for reference of what you're looking at. Die is slightly larger than an inch here. That's die. That dice is 1/4 of an inch. Very, very tiny. I think this is the one that I was working in when I was doing the Daishima animatic. And when I was at work, even then, I was doing work to prepare for the Daishima animatic. I'm gonna scrunch this. Actually, I'll put it behind me. There we go. Now I'm in front of it. Sorry, you guys are still behind it. But I think if I look in here, that's D&D. That's Ambrosia. That's D&D. That's D&D. That's D&D. Hold on. D&D, D&D, D&D. Oh wait! That's Cursed Infinity Nikki art. Or not Infinity Nikki, Shining Nikki. My apologies. That's Pluto. Oh hey, this is what I was looking for earlier. This is Astra and Glade. I love these. I was so happy with the way those turned out. I swear to God, I know it's in here. One of these has my Daishima pencil sketches for various things in the animatic. Was it this one or was it a different one? Oh, there it is. Yeah! The big creature that shows up in Dai's animatic. This is my concept sketch for it. And this is my original one. I sent Dai this one and this one, and I was like, do you have a preference between these two vibes? And he was like, go for more Madoka Magica. And I was like, okay, this one, but slightly different. The thing you have to know about my, like, having all the Copic markers I do is that I got into traditional art before I got into digital art, and I've been doing digital art for like 10 years, and even during that I was still doing a fuck ton of traditional art. So when I got into traditional art, Copic was not only the standard for alcohol markers, it was practically like the only brand anyone knew about that was good. in any way, shape, or form. So I have a lot of Copic markers because I have built up that collection over that decade of working with traditional art. And even now, like, a lot of the pins that I have, these are years old pins. And yes, I can highly recommend, like, I've seen a lot of people work with Ohuhu markers. Go for Ohuhu. They are good enough. You're not going to get, especially with just the number of brands out there nowadays, still do your research. I know I have a really good video in the art references channel in Discord that compares the light fastness of a lot of alcohol markers. You're not going to get a huge variation of that, but like what you want to look at is the quality of the marker tips and the quality of the pigment at first glance. I know Ohuhu definitely in those regards is 10 out of 10 already. I understand that. Are Ohuhu markers refillable? Because I know that's one of the big draws of Copic markers. Like, I have a bunch of refills for my Copic markers, and that's why I stay with my Copics, simply because I've already put that investment forward. It's just cheaper for me to continue with that. If I want to try out a new thing, it's usually going to be something else just because I'm already set to go with my alcohol ones. They can now? That's good, yeah. Especially refillable markers, they're going to be a little bit more expensive, but if you know that you're going to continue using them for a while, it is worth that investment. I think the other thing that I have a lot of in here, which you can see a lot of like on these pages, yeah, there's a lot of Ambrosia pages in here, or even in here, I like to use just random pins that are different colors. None of these have pencil sketches. These are all sketched with a very light marker, which I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this color. And then I just went on top of it with a darker ink. If you're wanting a good way to practice art, once you start getting comfortable drawing, gesture drawings with pins like this sort of thing are really, really useful for getting yourself comfortable making mistakes and learning from those mistakes. There are stupid people out there that will tell you the only worthwhile practice is perfect practice, and they are wrong. If you do not make mistakes, you will not learn how to correct those mistakes. It is good to make mistakes, in my opinion. And maybe that's just because I'm an idiot self-taught artist who has to make 1,000 mistakes before I get something right. But, you know what? I'm doing some pretty good things without making a ton of mistakes in pen now, so I'll take that. I love doing doodles in these pens, they're so fun. These are my work sketchbooks. I take them with me to work, and while I'm trying to think through coding problems, I will doodle in these. And it's very funny because I'm always so nervous at work that somebody's gonna come by and be like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I have to explain to them that I'm just thinking. But I think everyone's already caught on to that, because I've told them, like, if you see me with the sketchbook, I'm just thinking through an issue that I'm trying to plan out. Because my way of coding is I will sit there and marinate on a problem for about an hour, and then I'll take another hour and I'll code the thing and it'll be done. Whereas I know other people, they have to, like, code through 5 different problems before they actually get the code that they're looking for. It's interesting. Coding is very much an art. Oh, that's not the right thing. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to make the tiny again. Put that in the corner. Where? There's my pen. You see my problem. I lose my pen, and it'll be right in front of me. Oh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. I'm not sure how obvious it is on obvious it is on stream. But like I was saying earlier, you want to learn to draw from the elbow, and you can probably see a lot of wrist movement from me still, because what I'm doing is I'm drawing with both my elbow and my wrist at the same time. Like the major movements I'm doing here are coming from my elbow, while the more finer movements are coming from my wrist. And even that alone does a lot to take the strain off your wrist. I know this from experience. This is not me just, like, spouting off some weird pseudoscience facts at you. These are things that I've learned through trying to find the best ways to take strain off my wrist once I started giving myself carpal tunnel. And I'm sure somebody could, like, give you stronger, perfectly medical reasons why you should do certain things certain ways. But I'm somebody who learns simply from experience. I think if I went to art school, I would have gone to jail because I would have punched somebody. I would have gotten into so many fights. My brain is simply not made for an academic level style of art classes. Like, I've tried to learn animation through, like, those, like, big, long tutorials where they, like, try to give you, like, a professional level tutorial, walkthrough lesson thingy-majig on animation. I can't stand it. I can't work that way. It just simply does not work. I will learn things from them, but I will not be able to complete the lesson. Welcome back, Bags. Look, you can see me drawing on my iPad. My actual hands. My fleshy hands. The worst way to describe this. Yeah, same. 100% same. I knew very quickly that I wanted art to be my hobby and not my job. Like, I knew I wanted to be able to do art at, like, a professional level, but I wanted it to be on my terms, and I knew if I tried to go into art as a career, I would hate it. I would hate it a lot. But I also knew that I really loved problem solving. The other thing is just, like, I'm the kind of person that needs problems to solve. And coding is great for that in particular. Because everything you're doing in coding is solving a problem of some sort. And when I first learned that, like, I could go into coding as a career, I was very, very intrigued by it. I had the opportunity to take a high school class for it, but they tried to teach us in fucking Visual Basic, and I looked at that and I was like, this is okay for explaining, like, the principles of coding, but my god, this is going to be useless as soon as I get into, like, a career. And I told my dad that, and he was like, I need you to understand that in this day and age, there are people that still use Visual Basic. And then I was like, Dad, I can totally understand that's a thing that's gonna be happening. That will not be me. Oh, ooh, good question. Ooh. Let me explain to you one of my favorite applications of the fundamentals of art. So, the fundamentals of art, you've got line, you've got color, you've got shape, you've got contrast. What are the other ones? Those are the ones I remember. Oh, hold on, I think my phone's about to crash. Oh, yep, there it goes. One moment, please. But the thing about these is there's more than just the actual shapes you're drawing and the lines you're drawing. Just as much as the eye shape here, look at my hand, not at the main iPad screen. Look at my hand. Just as much as this eye is a shape that I've drawn, the entirety of this character is a shape that I have created, a complex shape that I have shaped over time. And so, following this, if you continue to follow this line of thought, just as much as these lines in the line art are lines, you are also creating lines. Stop telling me this layer is hidden, I know. You are also creating lines in the negative space that you're using. Like this line here that is the red defining this shading here and the line art of the apple. So the way that you would want to approach drawing a rose with only shapes is using the negative space between those shapes to give you lines. For example, let me get rid of some of this stuff that's in my way, and then I will move this back over. Kira is currently drawing with the whatchamacallit tool, lasso tool, which I will try to do this with the lasso tool. I'm not very proficient with the lasso tool, I won't lie, but I'll do my best. Oh, I'm not on the right thing. So first off, with this, I would recommend turning on the part of the lasso tool that lets you like continue adding to the shape, rather than just one selection at a time, because it'll let you see like the full thing that you're doing. And this is not a particularly good rose because I don't have like very strict lines going on here. Oh, that was terrible. Maybe the closer. I'm a negative space girly, I'm sorry. I'm not getting the butt of it, the like bottom part of it. Like if this is the top of the rose, I'm not getting this part correct. I always struggle with that part, honestly. But maybe if I just, like if this is where the leaves would be down there. That's kind of a rose shape. Do you get what I mean? By what I did here? Though? Does that make sense? Do I need to explain more? It's definitely a concept you have to wrap your mind around, but it is a really, really useful thing. Yeah. Yay, I'm glad. I wasn't sure how well that explanation was gonna work. But that's something I apply a lot in my artwork, especially with this style and the way that I want to have this style do its thing. The fundamentals of art, I feel like, when you first hear about them, you're just like, yeah, no shit, lines and shapes. And then you start digging into them, and you're like, oh, lines and shapes, lines and shapes. I understand why these are important. Oh, composition's one. Composition I always suck at, I won't lie. I'm working on it. It's because I struggle with perspective quite a bit. And so perspective is always something that I'm working on learning more of. so that I can improve my composition. Because, like, I can set up a nice sort of, like, arrangement of things, but it won't feel as cool as somebody who can do that and has a really strong sense of perspective. I jokingly said at one point to one of my friends something to the effect of, I understand a lot of color theory, like in concept and theory, but I have a tendency to not apply it to my own art. And I think that rings true for a lot of various principles of art that I do understand conceptually, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I get this, and I can see other people applying it. But in some cases, especially with perspective, it's less of a I just don't do the thing and more of I'm still trying to learn how to do the thing. With color theory, it was definitely a, I just don't do the thing. But I'm trying to apply it more, and I'm trying to push the colors that I use more because I feel like it's making my art pop a lot. Ooh, yes, I'm on my way. Yeah! Yeah, you got it! Oh my gosh! Oh, that looks so cool! Ooh! Oh, I love the rose. Oh my gosh. I love the sunflower and the rose, honestly. I saw the sunflower first, and then I saw the way you did the rose, and I was like, oh yeah! You nailed it! Something I do know, I'm sure you probably have been doing this already, and if you haven't been, that's fine. But something I do know of lasso art in particular is that alpha locking layers or masking layers is really, really helpful. It looks like you're already doing that. But I feel like especially with lasso styles, it's like super useful to be able to lasso out one layer, and then everything you're doing on that layer is just alpha locked to it. Manually! Oh! I feel you. I feel you there. Oh man. Oh man. I feel like I got sent back 20 years, or not even 20, 10 years in the past, and when I first started using Sketchbook. I understand your pain. But still though, same concept, honestly. And that makes sense, Bags. I think, for me in particular, I'm the kind of person who gets really attached to, like, fun facts and stuff. And it just so happened that when I was younger, I heard a lot of fun facts about colors. So I started understanding color theory specifically quite early on. Because of that. Because the little autism brain cell got really excited about colors. But then over time, like with my own art, like I know for a good long while, my brain insisted I had to get the colors correct rather than play with them. And I'm now at the point where I want to play with color rather than just get the colors correct. And I think that's a really fun way. Fun's not the word. I think that's a useful way to go about it. Because if you start out trying to get the colors correct, you will understand how color works in the natural world, I think. And then when you go to start playing with color and pushing boundaries, you start to have fun with it, and you start to think less of realism and more of just making something that looks cool. Oh yes, on the wing close-up, that's just to make it easier for people to see the veins. They are always in front. They are always in front. Actually, speaking of that, on the model sheet that I drew, which is the one that's split in two in the refs and links, the wings there are specifically put there so that if you insist upon drawing every single vein in my wings, please feel free to literally cut that out and trace over it. I would never make anyone draw my wings by hand if they didn't want to. The reason it's set up that way is so when I go do an animatic, I cut that piece out and I paste it wherever I'm trying to draw a wing and I trace over it myself. Because personally, fuck trying to recreate that every single time. Although I will say, a lot of the people I have commissioned so far, and I think that includes you, Noodle, have just drawn them by hand, and I commend you for it. You're braver than I am. I know Vi had fun doing like a redesign of the veins on these wings. And I know Terra Terrific is just a fucking goddess who has her own style of drawing fairy wings. Don't mind me, I'm adding more Dr. Pepper to my glass. But yeah, I do that with all of my fairy characters, cause I could not be asked to do it. I think I can draw Ambrosias from memory pretty well at this point, just because I've drawn them so often. And I'm getting there with Sylph's wings because she's the second character that I draw the most often when it comes to my fairy characters. But I still don't want to. Why make it harder for myself when I can make it easier for myself? Rough sheets are a tool. That makes sense. I needed the consistency specifically for animatics. But it also just, it speeds up things quite a bit. Cause like, what I'll usually do is I'll draw the sketch of the wings from that, and then I'll do the final line art over that. So it'll still have a little bit of that variation, but it'll still be more consistent than if I tried to draw it by hand every single time. And it's not like I'm not getting practice from that. Like, for example, the reason I draw hands consistently as I do now is because I consistently traced over my own hands repeatedly until I understood how to draw a hand. You can always tell, I think, when I trace over a hand in art, because suddenly my anatomy gets really good. And I highly recommend, if you're struggling to draw hands, just pose your hand and take a photo of it and trace over it. By law, that photo is under your own copyright, which means if you trace it, no one can complain about it. And if they do, I'll fight them for you personally. It's also just good practice in general. It teaches you where everything is on a hand. I would do it with feet, but I have weird toenails. And they would ruin my ability to draw feet properly, probably. But also I hate drawing feet. And I also really do not want to take a bunch of foot pictures. I think that would make me really uncomfortable. You are so brave. So brave. Like, it's still not a bad thing to do it the hard way. But there's a reason I'm a coder and not an artist professionally. A very common phrase I hear in the workplace is you want lazy coders, because lazy coders will do everything in their fucking power to make their job easier, which means they will build tools to make their job easier, and then they will distribute those tools to other people to make their jobs easier as well. And it's true. It happens all the fucking time. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on stream, cause it's quite faint. Yeah, you can't really see it. There's like a slight color change right there. That's where I got stabbed with a pencil, by my friend when we were fucking around in middle school. Don't stab people with pencils. Yay! That's understandable, Wood. Or not Wood, Bags. I have like stubby fingers, so all of my hands now are a little bit stubby because of that. I can't do those like fine elven fingers that people do because I have stubby hands. Hibiscus! I'm on my way. I want to see. But yeah, there's certain quirks about my art where it's just like, oh, you can tell that I had to reference my own body parts to do that. Ooh, it looks so good! Yes! Oh no! I can't take like pictures of like extremes from my elbow because my elbows are double jointed. So, I don't know if I can do this with the angle that this camera is at. Maybe a little bit? You can see that I'm bending my elbow just slightly more than the line it should be at. It's not a good angle to try to really show it, but, it used to be even more pronounced than it is now. I've been told that if you're double jointed, you want to avoid overextending to the point that your double jointedness gets to, and you want to try to stay within the confines of normal human anatomy. So I try not to push it too much. Incorrect. Ladies deserve to have broad hands too. Show me a butch working girl with rough calloused hands gently caressing her girlfriend's face. No, you're fine. Honestly, once you learn how to draw one hand, starting to learn how to push the proportions into other proportions starts to get easier. It just takes a little bit of time to practice. I personally decided that as I was developing my style, I liked exaggerating hands and feet, and so I left mine being kind of stubbier because I wanted to incorporate that into my style rather than remove it from my style. And I swear that wasn't me being lazy. That was a conscious decision where I was just like, you know what? I like how this looks. Yeah, exactly. It is more useful if you can get more than one person as a reference, but I understand that it is very awkward to walk up to somebody and be like, hey, can I take pictures of your hands so I can draw them? There are people online that will provide drawing references for stuff. I really like Adorka Stock. I think she has a hand pack somewhere for free on DeviantArt, possibly. I know her DeviantArt references are all on there still, and I know she also has a bunch of things on Tumblr, as well as her own website. I'm pretty sure she has a hand pack. I know she has a paid, like, turnaround pack, but that one's different. The hand pack, I'm pretty sure, is free. She also has this really nice booklet that I want to get at some point. There's one for hands and one for books that had, like, hundreds of references of both. that I really wanted to get to do better at those. But yeah, it just takes time and effort. And I forgot to mention it earlier, but somebody mentioning that they don't understand color theory, I'm not gonna call it a tutorial. Because I don't want what happened to my V-Roy tutorial to happen to this one. But my plan is, when I finally do my green rant and make it a whole video, it's basically going to be a color theory tutorial in disguise. That is my plan. That when I was conceptualizing how I wanted the green rant to go, I knew that I would have to talk about color theory within the video, and I haven't quite started the script, but I'm starting to get like the ideas of the things I want to talk about in that video down, and I know I want to make it about color theory as a whole. Because I get it, like, most of what I understand with color theory is very instinctual, and I think most artists would find it very, very difficult to explain those instincts in words, which is very frustrating for beginner artists who are trying to ask questions and trying to understand these things. And I think that also goes for when you're in an academic environment. Like, I only got up to high school level art classes, but even in those, I was not being taught how to push the boundaries of the fundamentals of art in such a way that it made it to where I could understand things like color theory at an advanced level. And 90% of the time when I go out and I look for color theory videos and stuff, it either does not explain anything at all, or it only talks about the bare minimum basics of color theory, and that is completely useless to me, as I would consider myself an advanced artist at this point, looking for advanced understanding of these techniques. And it's super annoying. It's like, what the hell? Everyone knows the color wheel. If they don't know the color wheel at this point, I have much more pertinent questions for that person in particular. But honestly, if you want to start anywhere with color theory, it is the bare minimum basics. Like, it is the bullshit you'll find in YouTube Shorts videos. But starting with the color wheel and starting with your basic palettes, your complementary colors, your tricolors, the split complementary colors, wherever one is the one that's the adjacent ones, stuff like those basic color palettes, and understanding why those color palettes work the way they do, that is a really good place to start. You would also want to start with understanding what saturation is, what contrast is, what hue is, and learning shading and highlighting, and learning why it matters that some tones are cool colors and some tones are warm colors, and how those interact with each other in art. Those are all really good places to start with color theory. I think when you start, especially when you're starting to get into warm tones and cool tones, they won't explain things, but you'll get a lot of really good examples of warm tones versus cool tones and how they interact if you look at lighting tutorials and how to add more intense lighting to your drawings. Because that's where I started really understanding why it was important that some things were cool toned and some things were warm toned. And then I started understanding the concepts of value through people talking about how they start with a grayscale drawing and then they use blend layers to add color to that drawing. But they didn't really explain too much about the value being important in those. I found other tutorials later that really explained that well. Which I can explain that right now if anyone's interested. To be perfectly honest, if you gave me an art topic of most kinds, I could probably go on a rant about it with no planning whatsoever. 9 times out of 10, I probably know about it. I was really confused about special interests in regards to autism at first, because like all of the examples I was seeing was like the train example from Wikipedia, and then like everyone talking about whatever their favorite like anime was or favorite video game was, and I'm just like, well, I mean, I kind of have those, but they come and go, like they're not really a constant in my life. And then it finally hit me that my one true special interest is simply just art. Okay, yeah, I can do that. So, the idea behind value is how dark or how light a color is. That is what value is. Don't call it shading, don't call it highlighting. At its core, the fundamental name of it is value. And that's really, really important, because when you're shading a piece of artwork, you don't want to necessarily just use a darker color of the same exact shade. Like, if you look here, this is before I've turned this onto a blend mode layer, but I'll do that real quick. I'll turn it to multiply. This looks significantly more interesting than if I took every single color I'm using here and just found a darker version of it, and it looks more cohesive. Because the idea here is, not only am I pushing the value of everything here, but I'm also pushing the hue. But what we're going to focus on here is the value of things. Specifically, how I'm using value to move your eye in the way that I want you to do. A really important concept to understand when it comes to the fundamentals of art, every single fundamental that you're going to think of, whether it's line, shape, composition, value, everything, they all are going to interact, and they're all going to work together to make an art piece work. So for example here, something that's really, really good about this character design is the way that they use value to push your eye upwards and focus on the face of the character, because all of the brightest parts of the character are around this character's face. And there are some other parts of the character that are lighter, like the bright highlights on all the leather pieces, and those draw your eye to other pieces of the design that are meant to be focus areas. They did a really, really good job with this. Now, when you're looking at value, unfortunately I don't think I have a really good example of a bad thing with value off the top of my head. Let me look in my library of art real quick. I mean, no. This works, I think. This is a character design I was working on a base model that somebody else made, which is why it's not really in my style entirely. But if you notice here, all of the values in this design are very similar in hue. There's a couple of them that are different, like you can see the contrast on the sleeves specifically, and the way that the legs kind of fade out of view because they have less detail to them, and they all are just kind of pale white, while all the contrast is focused up on the top. This isn't a great character design yet because there is not a lot of contrast in the values here, and so your eye doesn't really know where to go. I think the thing that draws the eyes the most in this character design at the moment is just the fact, because it's a human character, By the nature of the way that our brains work, one of the first things we look for in an image is eyes that are humanoid. I forget the name of the concept, but it's that concept where like people will find faces in things that don't have faces actually, and it's just because of the way that our brains are coded. And similarly, in artwork, we're going to look for faces and we're going to look for eyes, and that's going to be one of the first things that your eyes are drawn to. And whenever you're doing an artwork, you want to kind of guide where the eyes are going to go across that artwork. And one of the really important ways to do that is through the use of values. Yeah, I think that's the word for it. So for example, that's the sketch version. Here we go. So this is one I did for Kira, and I will say that I don't think I did like a fantastic job with this one. I do think I drew Kira very well here, but I was trying to do something with value here that I don't think I fully succeeded on. But what you can see is on this side of the drawing, there's a lot of bright highlights that draw your eye to this side of the drawing first, and then there's this really big contrasting spiral that goes out and brings you over to the face and to the rest of the details. I don't think I fully succeeded on this one with what I was trying to do with that, but I think like the kind of idea there is you can kind of start seeing what I was trying to do. I think a better example of this, maybe not this one. Where's Nova? This one's a good one. This one's a good one, actually. This was something I did for an art trade. So you can, let me move this over so you can see the full drawing a little bit. So you can see the first thing that your eyes are going to go to here is either the bright star in the middle or the character's eyes. And either way, your eye is going to be drawn to the second one. And you can see the way that value here is drawing your eye there, because that's the brightest thing on the page. Even though there's a bunch of other stars on the page that are very light colors, all of the highlights in this drawing all draw your eye over to where that star is in their hand. And then we're using other things in the drawing to guide your eye around. There's the shape of the hat drawing you back to the face. There's the way the arm bends that draws you back to the face. As well as the idea of using value to define shapes here. My previous style, my boba style, I don't use a lot of lines. I'll use them on highlight edges, and I'll use them in the shading a bit, but every shape is just a shape. It doesn't have line art to it. And the way that I contrast between different shapes and different objects is using contrast between values. For example, if you look at the hat in the upper corner, you can clearly tell where that hat is compared to the clouds in the background. Even when they kind of blur a little bit into the hat, you can still divinely see where they blend. And let me see if I have an example of the opposite phenomenon where there's not a lot of contrast and value and then details start to get lost in that. I do a lot of really high contrast stuff on purpose to avoid having this happen. It doesn't happen enough there, I don't think. Maybe here, maybe here. So you can kind of see on this edge here, oh, my wing is kind of covering it up. But there's certain things, and I did this purposely here. There's certain pieces of the outfit here that start to sort of blend together a little bit, and they're harder to pick apart right away because the colors are so close in value that they blend together. There's not a lot of contrast there. But overall, you can see that, like, there's enough contrast of the image overall that you still focus in on the face because that's the brightest part here. That and the sword. And it still, like, is used to define the shapes here without distracting, if that makes a lot of sense. It's a lot easier to kind of showcase this if you have a big drawing with like a big background and a lot of things going on, because then like you'll really see how having poor contrast in value starts to muddy up a drawing. I just spotted something. Where did it go? Like here, like this is again a just sort of concept art piece, and there's a lot of contrast in the colors here, but there's not a lot of contrast in the focus of the drawing where like the shading is and stuff, and so your eyes don't really know where to look here. You'll focus in on the center because there is a centerpiece there, but your eyes will overall just kind of drift around the page and you won't really have like a thing to focus on. Your eyes aren't led anywhere in particular. And so the composition here is very weak because of that. In comparison, oh, I don't have it on here. That's sad. I sent this to somebody and they used it as a reference for a background for a piece they did for me. Let me pull it up real quick, actually. Because I do think this is a really good example of how even if whatever you're working with doesn't initially have strong contrast and value, you can still add it in. Where the hell are you? There you are. So we're gonna hide, nope, not that one. I want to show this, here we go. So this is the piece they did, and you can see how like in this piece, they've darkened the side here, and they've brightened this middle part where the focus of the drawing is, so your eye is drawn to that brighter part of the drawing. I think a thing you can think about that would be a useful thing here is in photography there's vignettes that sort of darken the edges of the photograph so you focus more in on the center. It's sort of that kind of idea, where you're trying to decrease the contrast of areas that you don't want people to focus on, and then you want really sharp brightness on contrasting bits so that you can really focus in and like draw the eye to those portions of the drawing. I don't have the best examples to show this off, but I think if anything, if you're struggling with composition and getting the way that you're trying to get the eye to draw across a picture, if you're struggling with that, looking at how the value of your artwork is really, really important. And there's an easy way to do that digitally, which is just you grab another layer, you set it to a gray or black of some kind, and you set the blending mode to saturation, and then you can see, I can pull the Elgato back over so you can see where I'm pointing. You can see how these are the brightest pieces of the area. These are also the sharp shadows create a lot of contrast and interest, and they draw your eye there, when in comparison the darker pieces, while there's still shading and there's still contrast in these areas, it's not as distinct and it's not as sharp and what's the word? It's not as vast, like the color difference between the shadows down here is not as extreme as the color difference in the shadows in the hair and in the fuzz around the neck. So your eye is drawn to these areas of interest with a lot of detail, whereas it's less drawn to these areas where there is detail there, but it sort of blends and blurs a bit together without actually losing the fact that there's detail there. Hopefully that made a modicum of sense to someone. They're all like basic concepts that get more and more convoluted the more you dive into them, but they still don't lose that initial basicness of them as you start to dive into them. I don't want to be an art teacher, and it's not because I don't like teaching. I very much enjoy teaching, but but I really, really, really hate the way people treated my tutorial on Vroid. And I would like to avoid that incident. Although I certainly do not mind explaining things on stream. People are way more polite when I'm explaining things on stream. But that's what I'm trying to accomplish with the green rant video, is talking about all of these art concepts at a much higher level than anyone else is doing, because it irks me that people aren't talking about them at a high level. I'll see occasional things, like I've seen people talk about value at a high level, and it was really, really good. If I find that tutorial again, I will absolutely link it, because it was really, really valuable for me to understand. But like things like color theory and stuff, like it's so frustrating to me that there aren't tutorials out there that go and deep dive into them, into the extent that people are really looking for and trying to understand. I am one of those people. Stop giving me basic bitch color wheel. I know the color wheel. And stop lying to me about fucking primary colors. Everyone does it wrong. They're all wrong. Every single one is wrong. RGB is a set of primary colors. Red, yellow, blue is a set of primary colors. Cyan, magenta, yellow is a set of primary colors. These can all be true statements at the same time. It is gatekept by tuition costs for one, but I do also think it is also very much a thing where people don't know how to put it into words. That they don't know how to describe these things into words that makes it make sense. And I think it is this way because when I've seen people ask about these higher concepts of value and saturation, even the people trying to explain it, like they really are trying to explain it, they can only explain it so far. And you can tell in the way that they word it that they do have this really high level of understanding of how these concepts work, but they can't find the right words to explain it to somebody who doesn't understand those higher concepts yet. And this is something that carries over from work for me, and also I think just being somebody who's neurodivergent and struggles with a lot of the ways that people traditionally teach a lot of things, I put a lot of value in being able to communicate a concept to somebody who has no expertise in the thing. Oftentimes when I'm writing documentation for work, I specifically, and it's kind of my habit now, but I will write the documentation in a way that I expect not only my fellow programmers to understand, but all of the business people and all the people who don't know code, who've never coded a day in their life, can look at that and at least at a very high overview level understand what I'm talking about. I think there's a singular piece of documentation I've written where that was not necessarily a possibility simply because it was explaining a very in-depth, specific programming problem that I had to solve in a really dumb way. I wrote that documentation specifically so that the way that I wrote that piece of code did not get lost to time, because I knew that if I did not write it down, within maybe 3 months, the only way I would have known, the only people who would have known why that code was written the way it was would have been God at that point. But it's a thing also of just like, when I have somebody go review my code, I already have, before they start reviewing it, the exact reason why I have chosen to do the things that I have chosen to do in my code, ready and prepared if they have questions for me. because I don't want to be the person who looked something up on Stack Overflow and just tossed it in and hoped it worked. If I'm looking up something on Stack Overflow because I don't understand how to do a thing, I'm gonna make damn well sure that I understand why I'm implementing it that way. It's for similar reasons that, I know we talked about this on stream where I was like, my frustration with AI at this point is beyond just the environmental things, beyond, like, propaganda or laziness or whatever. It's just the sheer fact that people are not willing to put in the effort to learn the things that they're asking stuff like ChatGPT for. It irks me because I put so much effort into making sure I can communicate that I know what I'm doing. Not because I take pride in it necessarily, but just because I'm not gonna be that guy that you have to go up to and ask, why the fuck did you do this? And I just go, I don't know. I'm gonna have an on-lock essay ready for you. Because I think that's important. And when it comes to, like, art stuff, like, I think art is another place where it's like, communication's important, gatekeeping is stupid, we all have our own way to do art, and if you think somebody's going to steal your entire style of artwork by listening to you explain how to do it, that's very silly of you. For one, we all know that people copying, like, the art styles of various media franchises is a compliment to the fact that that media franchise has become an iconic style. And for another, if somebody's doing that anyways, who the fuck cares? There's no such thing as uniqueness. Everything is derivative, and that's fine. Let people be inspired, my goodness. I think another thing is just along the lines of, like, clear communication and clear teaching is there's been so many times where I've been in a lesson, in college even, and, like, to be clear, my college was very unique. All of the teachers were people who were recently in the field of programming. I was very fortunate in that I didn't have to deal with a lot of outdated things and learning outdated things when I was in college. I was learning very up-to-date information, which was incredible. But even then, there were occasionally times where I would have a teacher have a lecture, and at least a third of the lecture was nothing burger comments that did not add to the actual information that the lecture was about. And I don't want to say they're useless, because I think, like, everyone's gonna have random comments interjected into their lesson. That's just how humans talk. But they shouldn't distract from the lesson, and they shouldn't take away from it, and they shouldn't cause misunderstanding within that lesson. And I don't think any of my teachers had that happen, but I've had teachers, like, in high school where they'll go off in tangents that are still related to the lesson at hand, but end up distracting and detracting from the lesson overall. And that's something that I try my best to avoid when I'm trying to explain a concept. Yeah, exactly, Bags. Like, I don't know how to explain to, like, people at work. I did my best recently, because I took my boss aside and I was just like, I need to have confirmation that I'm not going to be forced to use any AI tools in my job. I know I don't have a say in whether or not anyone else here does that, because it sounds like everyone else wants to use them, but I don't want to use them personally. And, like, I had one person at one point, one of my coworkers asked me, when I mentioned that I was getting into music development, if I used AI for it, and I didn't know how to word it nicely, so all I said is, no, I'm doing it myself. I put a lot of value in doing the work myself, because that's the only way I could word it at the time. But I think that's a true statement. I do put a lot of value in putting in the work and learning the thing and understanding it at its core, even if all I get out of it is a very high level understanding of something. I still put in the time and effort. Like, I know I told my music instructor at the beginning, like, even by the end of this, if I'm not somebody who composes music, at the very least, I'm here to understand how music is composed. Although I will be composing music by the end of that, I can guarantee that at that point. Music is fun. It doesn't come as naturally to me as art does. Or visual art. Music is art. But I think that's just because I've always been such a visual person in the way that I have learned things in the past, that wrapping my head around something audible in comparison is taking me just time to get used to. But yeah, oh my god, I just looked at the time. It is almost 12:30 at night. My goodness, I have been ranting a while. No wonder my throat hurts a little bit. Give me a second to get to a good stopping place. I think it's time to find people to raid. If anyone has recommendations, I of course always love to take recommendations for raids. I have a kitty who's coming into the room. Hi, Lulu. Meow meow. Oh, you wanna come say hi? Hi. Hi, Miss Mia. Miss Mia is telling me it's bedtime. Yeah, we've gone about an hour and a half more than I usually go. That's fine. I apologize to my mods for having to stay on longer than normal. But I certainly don't mind explaining things and such. I think I still don't have a ton of people who are live on YouTube at this time, unfortunately. But I will double check real quick. Yeah, no one's online for me at the moment on YouTube. I've got a few people on Twitch that are live though. Time passes when you're having fun. Oh, Sanuki I think just went live. Or maybe they were live and I didn't notice. But yeah, I mainly need somebody on the YouTube side. If you got somebody on the Twitch side, just start dropping names in chat, honestly. Ooh, hell yeah. Let me see if I can find them by just searching that name. All of these are upcoming. Dang it. Okay, I'll probably need a link for that person. No! No! Yeah, no problem. Anytime. It's so easy to get me to just start ranting about literally anything. Please feel free to ask me a random question just to get me to rant. Ooh, tabletop, yes. I figured out last stream that if I do the Twitch raid first, and then get that settled, and then I do the YouTube raid, it is a lot easier on my brain cells. So we'll be doing that again. On Twitch side, I do have a few people live. Oh, I haven't raided into this person in a while. No funny business. Oh no, we can't raid into them. They said no funny business. Oh, I think I know this person. I think I've seen them around before. Yeah, I know who this is. We will definitely raid into them. Yeah, we're only funny business here. Oh, they're doing Final Fantasy art. Okay, we've got YouTube side set up. Let's find a Twitch person. Did Noodle just go live? I don't see Noodle live. Who's this? Let me see. I will add them to my follow list so I can remember to raid into them one day. Oh no, not the whoopee cushion. I've raided into Sanuki before. I like raiding into new people more often. But we'll probably raid into Sanuki another time. So let's see if I can get this raid going for this person. Especially if they're doing art. I like raiding into art after I'm doing art. Yeah, we'll go over there. Alrighty. On Twitch side, do not forget we do have our raid message. Make sure to grab that real quick. We'll start heading over there. And I'll give it a few minutes and then I'll raid onto the YouTube side as well. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something if you're interested in learning something. I will catch you next week. Because I do my 2 streams. But yeah, good night. Goodbye Twitch side. Bye bye. Everyone go now. Alrighty, there's the Twitch side. I'm gonna give it a couple of seconds to make sure everyone loads in. I can't hear them talking. Oh, they're nonverbal. Okay, I can totally handle that conversation then. We'll do the YouTube side as well. Don't forget to grab the raid message. It should have sent to both at the same time. Oh, it did not? Cool, excellent. I'll type it over there as well. Oh. Is StreamerBot being dumb? Very silly. That's fine. I will copy paste for you guys. There you go. And I will hit end stream. Thank you for joining. I will catch you next week. Bye-bye.